Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth, make we reason, make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va, no upper echelon, nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica, make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth, make we reason, make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va, no upper echelon, nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica, make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth, make we reason, make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va, no upper echelon, nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica, make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth, make we reason, make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va, no upper echelon, nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica, make we talk.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. We're listening and watching from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean. Welcome to the Make We Talk program. To all those in the chat room, welcome, 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 welcome. This morning we're going to speak about members of the Jamaica Labour Party demanding an apology from President of the People's National Party, Mark Golding, and also the recent Don Anderson poll with the JLP and the PNP. Share up this live, share up this live. We're going to have Conrad O'Brien on the phone with us this morning. And also, what we're going to do after Conrad comes on, we're going to open up the phone lines for people to call in, but not now, please. Do not call in now. Do not call in now at all. We're going to have this robust discussion in just a moment. We're going to have Mr. Conrad O'Brien coming on the phone. We're going to have this robust, we're going to have Mr. Conrad O'Brien coming on the phone to speak to us, his views and in what is going on in the political arena in Jamaica. For all of us who's watching us from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean, welcome to the program. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. This morning, as I said before, we're going to speak about what is going on in Jamaica. Without further ado, let me get Mr. Conan O'Brien on the phone with us now to speak to us. To come on and speak to us. I wouldn't even open with our opening remarks this morning. I'm just going to have Mr. O'Brien come on the phone to speak to us. Hopefully he does. Waiting for him to answer the phone. Don't know what's going on here. Let me see something here. Just a moment, please. Yes. So we're going to speak about that. I know you all heard yesterday. I want to play a video this morning here with Morgan Marlon. I don't know if Headboy will be able to come on, but hopefully Headboy can come on. We're going to show you a video here with Marlon Morgan. Sorry. Marlon Morgan demanding that Mr. Golden retract his statement that he made in the United States. And one may ask, what statement did he make in the United States? Let me play back. I think we played last night, but one of the reasons why I bring it on this again this morning is for people to understand something here. That we need to, why am I showing this thing? Yes. That we all need to see and understand that making an utterance like this on the stage and on the world stage, I don't think there's nothing wrong with it. And I'm not being biased. I am not being biased. The fact of the matter is, this country is riddled with corruption.
We have a very difficult task ahead of us. Yeah. But if Jamaica doesn't get a change of government now, I don't know what kind of state we're going to be. You know, because we have a corrupt government and a power-hungry government. And they're supported by the elite. And the media is bought out by them too. So it's not an easy road to trod the road that we are treading, comrades. It is not going to be easy to get them out. Because, you know, the news, the things that we put out don't get covered. You know, even today, there's a poll being run right now. It's an independent, I think it was paid for by some business people, a Don Anderson poll. The key metric in any poll is voter intention. Who do you intend to vote for? That's the key metric. Today they published it on a Saturday, which is the lowest sales of any newspaper today, when it shows that the PNP is 5% ahead. You know, we were at 9 at the end of September, so we have come off a bit. The Labour Party hasn't got any of that. They are where they were. It's the undecided that have grown. In the meantime, they have had their conference, they have had the Spark program, they've had the Reserve Income Tax Credit, which is essentially a $20,000 grant to over 300,000 people. They've just been spending money to try and get themselves back to where they were. And we have been a bit cautious in putting out our ideas because we have found on multiple occasions that they tend to be appropriated by the Labour Party. And then there we have a very difficult task ahead of us.
There you have it. And Lloyd B. Smith is asking for him to resign, to apologize rather. I'm going to have Mr. O'Brien on the phone. We're going to call Conan O'Brien for him to come on the phone. Conan O'Brien from Newstalk 93 FM. One of the Jamaica's top talk show hosts who speaks true to power. They call him the fireman. Get a hold of Mr. O'Brien right now. We're really listening, watching from around the world on the Eastern Caribbean. This is the Make We Talk program. Conrad O'Brien, good morning to you, sir. Welcome to Newstalk. Welcome to Make We Talk.
Yes, sir. How are you doing? Good morning, Jeffrey. How are you?
I am doing good. You're live on the Make We Talk program.
Okay, good. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Conrad, before we start in the nitty-gritty of things, I want you to tell our listeners here in the diaspora and around the world and the Eastern Caribbean what has been going on in Jamaica since the start of this week.
Well, good morning again. You know, it's Ash Wednesday here in Jamaica. So today is pretty much a holiday, a public holiday in Jamaica. And well, Ash Wednesday is celebrated in Jamaica as a public holiday, certainly, because I guess it's Ash Wednesday right across the globe. So it's somewhat of a quiet day today. You know, people are home in the main. You have a lot of fasting service taking place this morning.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, I'm home now and I am in close proximity to where a church is, and you can hear the people and the choir singing and so on and so forth, and they are, you know, doing their thing. But a lot of things have been happening in Jamaica since the start of this week. Certainly the whole business of the Portmore municipality to be converted in our parish, that is something that consistently in the news. You know, there was a massive meeting in Portmore at the Portmore Art Academy on Sunday, which was the beginning of the week. You know, we normally include Sunday as a part of the weekend, but indeed Sunday is the first day of the week. And I've seen something coming back at me in the background there, Jeffrey. I don't know if you can fix that.
You can go ahead.
Yeah, so
You still hearing it?
yeah. Not no.
Go ahead.
Yes, I'm still hearing coming now, but you know, I'll try and navigate.
Please.
So that meeting in Portmore that was quite massive, that spill over into Monday and Tuesday, and it seems as if the people of Portmore is in a no nonsense mood. The whole business of the police shooting, you know, the police shooting continue to be of concern to a number of us, including myself. And as I'm at pains to point out, that we are not for one moment believing that the police is going to lay down arms and they're being shot at and they don't take action and repel that fire. So it's that's not what we're talking about. But certainly in any country of the population size of Jamaica, Jeffrey, when you have 60 of your young men being taken out in almost the equal amount of days in the year so far, then it is a major cause for concern. And you know, so we are asking, what is the main reason? We have seen where some people are demonstrating, some people are saying that the police have taken out people cold-bloodedly and all of that, while there is also the celebration from some people that, you know, you have some hardened dog-heart person that have been taken out by the police as well. So you have it both ways. However, what we're saying, people like myself, groups such as Jamaican for Justice, they entered the fray early. You know, the group that is headed by Miss Archer there, and a number of civil society group and some other persons within the media. We're saying that, listen, why not outfit all the police who are going on these planned operation with body-worn camera?
Yeah. And
that would basically put the police in a position where they would not come under the criticism, whether fair or unfair criticism. They would not come under that, because the body camera would basically be there as their defense. And, you know, I'm also saying that, listen, it is important for decent law-abiding police officer to also press their superior so that they're outfitted with these body camera. And I enter the fray in this discussion, Jeffrey, as someone who had lost a brother to gunmen. So I could not, no time at all, being out there as one of the person who seems to be defending gunmen or don't want gunmen to be brought to justice one way or the other. If they attack the police and the police repel them, then we know what will happen. And if they are there and the police can take them in to face their day in the court, we're supporting all of that. Contrary to what my good friend Marlon Morgan, recently our newly minted senator, who I have played a major role in lobbying in the space that I occupy, the Prime Minister, to basically kick him up the value chain and make him senator. So I am
hold on for me, Conrad. Stick a point in that. You lobby for him to become senator. Are you happy that he is a senator now, based on his utterance over the time since he get the senatorialship post?
Repeat that question.
Are you happy, in a sense, that he got that position, but based on his utterance now, since he became a senator?
Well, put it this way, I'll answer the question twofold. Indeed, I'm happy that he has been rewarded and my call has not fallen on deaf ears. And what it goes to show is that I am listened to and I'm being paid mine within the highest level of the society up to the level of the Prime Minister. So I'm indeed happy with that. As to how he's conducting himself, then I have a little issue with that, because I expect him to be more cerebral, to be expressing a modicum of decency with his utterances. So for him to basically be accusing people like myself, you know, and people like Colin Bell, Ralston Hyman, and so on. And don't be surprised, Jeffrey, if your name form a part of the group who will say that because you ask certain questions, you're supporting criminal and gunmen, and you don't want the crime to go down because it is your concern that if crime goes down, the People's National Party will form the government and so on. Because that is the kind of ludicrous argument that they have, Marlon Morgan, across the landscape, the media landscape, perpetuating, and it is just so sad.
And
so sad.
What I would say to you, Conrad O'Brien, I wouldn't mind if the goodless senator can come over here and try and debate me. Don't run away from this platform. I would love for him to come over here.
Well, I think he may be listening now, because I told him earlier, I sent him a message earlier to say that I will be joining Jeffrey Tavares and his Make We Talk platform. So I think he may be listening. So you can announce the number that if you wish to call in to speak with you, then you can talk to him. All right, or if he give consent for me to give you his number, so you can contact him directly, I'll be only too happy to do so.
Indeed.
Yeah.
There you have it, Senator Marlon Morgan. You're invited to the Make We Talk program. You can either call in, or you want to join the program via the live feed here. We can send you the link for you to come on, or you can instruct my good friend Conan O'Brien from Newstalk 93 FM to give me your number, because I would love to have you on this program, sir. Continue, Conrad.
Good. So you know, so those are some of the happenings that are taking place here in Jamaica. The government, of course, Mr. Holness, because Mr. Holness is no fool, you know.
No,
and I think Marlon, eggs are all over Marlon's face, because while Marlon accused me of basically calling out or highlighting the fact that, listen, it is somewhat troubling with the number of persons being killed by the police, here the Prime Minister entered the fray through his social media handle, a social media platform, to caution the police and say, while the police have the backing of the state to basically defend themselves, which all of us know, they must be careful. And I'm paraphrasing now, but it seems as if he's expressing some concern about the amount of shooting that has taken place for the year so far. And I'm hazarding a guess, Mr. Tavares,
yes,
that what is driving this is the Prime Minister himself, again, who is not an idiot, understand that the international body is looking at this and must be very, very mindful that this killing, alarming amount of killing by the police is going to take on international proportion, and the international watchdog body will have some question to ask of the Holness administration and the hierarchy of the police force. So indeed, he is mindful of those things. So therefore, he issue a communique and his platform. And I'm deducing all of this as a communication expert myself. I'm deducing all of these things because you can read between the lines. As I share often, I remember having a professor when I was doing a particular program, and the professor walked in the room and he held up a ruled paper and he asked the class, what this means, you know? He held it up and we were all there kind of astonished, you know, not knowing what he said. And he said, read between the lines. So I'm reading between the lines of that communique that was issued by the PM through his social media platform. where he basically, while commending the police for doing their work to get crime down, but also cautioning them or mention of the amount of Jamaicans that have been taken out by the police so far. And again, Jeffrey, I want to make it pellucid that I am not here saying that the police are not to take action. Because if I, who don't even have a slingshot, if somebody attack me, I am going to look behind me and see where I can find the biggest stone to basically use to defend myself. Let alone policemen with guns in hand. If they're fired on, what are they going to do? They are going to take action. So we're not questioning that, but we are saying that, listen, the amount that have person that have been killed so far, it is certainly cause for concern, and we are filling out that slot by saying the way to deal with that is to equip our policemen and women with body-worn cameras.
Yes. I wanted to switch something here now, because I don't know, are you aware of the president of the People's National Party, which is leader Mark Golding, is overseas? I don't know if he's back in Jamaica now. And and he said something while on American soil, and everybody's calling him to apologize, including Senator Morgan and former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Mr. Lloyd B. Smith,
Deputy Speaker and former Member of Parliament, right, and the PNP.
Thank you for the correction, Conrad. I want you to listen to what the opposition leader had to say, and president of the People's National Party while overseas. Listen to this.
We have a very difficult task ahead of us, but if Jamaica doesn't get a change of government now, I don't know what kind of state we're going to be, because we have a corrupt government and a power-hungry government, and they're supported
it's by not coming through, Jeffrey. I'm not hearing it, but I'm aware of it because I
the trod road that we are treading, comrades. It is not going to be easy to get them out, because the news, the things that we put out don't get covered. Even today, there's a poll being run right now. It's independent. I think it was paid for by some business people. A Don Anderson poll. The key metric in any poll is voter intention. Who do you intend to vote for? That's the key metric. Today they published it on a Saturday, which is the lowest sales of any newspaper today. When it shows that the PNP is 5% ahead. We were at 9 at the end of September, so we have come off a bit. The Labour Party hasn't got any of that. They are where they were. It's the undecided that have grown. In the meantime, they have had their conference, they have had the Spark program, they've had the Reserve Income Tax Credit, which is essentially a $20,000 grant to over 300,000 people. They've just been spending money to try and get themselves back to where they were. And we have been a bit cautious in putting out our ideas because we have found on multiple occasions that they tend to be appropriated by the Labour Party. And then there we have a very difficult task ahead of us.
You heard that, Conrad O'Brien. Your take on that?
Absolutely, I heard this. As a matter of fact, Jeffrey, that was the way that I started my Conrad's take on Monday on my radio program. Playing the set clip that you have just played. So I'm very much in sync with the clip. But Jeffrey, one of the things that we witness, and one of my caller, Alvern July, he's always saying that, it is people make lies become truth and want truth to become lies. And what happened, Mark Jefferson Golden, the man Marky G, has hit all the points. He have done it with a plumb. What he said, in my humble opinion, it is true. It may be a little bit unraveling to some people, but certainly what Mark Golden said, he is spot on. Even some people, some comrades may say, listen, boy, for him to say that it's not going to be easy. But I want to commend him to say that, because here's the thing. What Mark is doing, Mark is clever. What Mark is doing is to say to his base, to his party, that listen, don't take this for granted. Do not believe as if they are it is done and dusted. Because when you indeed listen to some people on the PNP side, and indeed some Jamaicans generally, a number of Jamaicans are saying that this government have committed so much atrocities in their mind. You know, when they look at the houses that were bulldozed over in Clifton, when they look at the fact that the Prime Minister is under investigation, you know, alleged under investigation for illicit enrichment, when they look at the fact that the Prime Minister have taken the Integrity Commission to court, when they look at the fact that there are 8 people who are now being investigated for illicit enrichment, the Prime Minister being one of them. So there's an additional 7 from his side of the aisle. You know, when you look at the whole situation that the Royal Reid case is still in vogue, you look at the former permanent secretary, she is in court, all sorts of things. The children's bulla money that was taken from that organization, all of those corruption that taking place under the Andrew Holness-led administration, the misery index, the road condition that we have suffered for so long, so many people, car front end has been hit out and so on, they are left out of pocket, and we are seeing a little patching taking place here and there, which the road is so bumpy and so unsightly that you wonder if it's not worse than when the potholes were there. So all of these things, the fact of the matter that there's a recent survey that come out of the United Kingdom that shows that about 57% of our people are having problem in finding a meal. All of those kind of things that are out there. So the people believe that, listen, it is actually done and dusted and it's all over by the shouting. So it's a given that you will have a change of government. On the flip side of it, what Mark is saying, let's not take this for granted. Yeah. My people don't take this for granted. There are work to be done, you know, to borrow a motto from one of our high school here in Jamaica. I think it's Jamaica College. Work burning in the field. That is what Mark Jefferson Golden is saying. Mark G is saying to the people of Jamaica, work is burning in the field. He has also, enumerated a number of things.
Yes.
That when you look at the fact that the People's National Party is with a 5% lead, which is a sizable lead, a nice lead. Any party goes into an election with a 5% lead and that all, then there's a guaranteed victory for them. That goes without saying. So he's actually saying that, listen, here is it. We're at that point, and poll results that we normally get on a Sunday, we saw it being published on a day, Saturday, when you have the least readership, the least distribution of the Gleaner or newspaper.
So Conrad,
right? And it was published on the Saturday.
Conrad, so would you say that the Gleaner company deliberately put it out on a day where they know they don't have enough readers? And also, when Mr. Golden was speaking in I think it was New Jersey or wherever he was, about, you know, the media is being bought out. You know, JLP bought out the media. Is there something that we, the Jamaican people, are saying to ourselves, not Nagosa, when literally, when you look at it, it look that way?
All right. Listen, you know, what happened, you know, we have to think. There are various ways. When somebody like a Mark Golden said, listen, the media is being bought out, or a section of the media is being bought out by the government, it is not a literal thing to say, listen, the government basically take $5 million and carry go give one person here saying that the Gleaner or so on. What is happening is that the Gleaner, I'm not sorry to concentrate on the Gleaner, the media houses in Jamaica, and it's probably the only country in Jamaica where majority of the advertisement now probably coming from the government source, especially for some media houses.
Yes.
And the media are very, very mindful of that. So as a result of that, the media probably don't want to basically hurt the government so that those advertising dollars, advertising revenue is taken away from them. So what they're doing, they are treading carefully, and that's the point that Mark Golden is highlighting, to say that, listen, when you look at media houses, you know, you look at, for example, I'm not going to call any particular media house, but you look at media house, and when you look at the shift, the particular focus in terms of the dollar figure that some media houses get in, then there's cause for concern there. And I think that's what Mark Golden is basically highlighting in the main. It is also a fact that the opposition have carried out or have issued a lot of statements, have carried a lot of press conferences, and so, and they have gotten little or no coverage on those things. And those are some of the things that he had highlighted as well. But my thing now to Mark Golden and to his party is to say, listen, when you get lime, don't complain. Use the lime to make, while you highlight the issues, but use the lime to make lemonade. So in this present dispensation, thank God, they don't only have to depend on mainstream media, right? Or to some mainstream media. They can look at the operatives within media, and I dare say people like myself who are fear across the divide and so on, and will highlight their story. Look as to how they engage me, and if they're having any revenue on their side, they ensure that they look out for those people or those entities that are in favor, that will put the information out in a fair way, and also how they engage the platform. There's a big thing, Jeffrey. Platforms such as yours, platforms such as my good friend the Rebel, Wilford Rattigan, Wayne Lonesome, what's the young man's name there? Andre Stevens. You know, and I could name a plethora. Our good friend again, Colin Bell, with Portland Spice TV and other platforms that he is on. You know, the PNP need to basically engage these platforms, because invariably, a lot of times, these platforms have even much more listeners and viewers than even mainstream media. You know, it's the go-to place these days. So don't sit there and basically be worried. Use the various platform that you have access to. That would be my recommendation to the opposition leader and indeed the People's National Party.
But would you say, Conrad O'Brien, that they have Nikisha Burchell, who is the communication person, but she's running for a seat? Would you say that is full-time now? The party, along with Dayton Campbell, establish a communication arm, consists of maybe the good lady, Senator Donna Scott Motley, Colin Bell, and the gentleman there who they end up putting out, what's his name again, who was saying that some chopper business, what's his name again?
Dennis Meadows.
Dennis Meadows, yes. Put them there, along with yourself, to go out there and say, okay, they are the one who's going to rebut a Senator Morgan or rebut a Senator Fitzhenry or somebody. You know, because I want to play a video now with Senator Morgan. You know, maybe condemning of what Mr. Golden went on American soil and said. And I think what is hurting them more than anything else, Conrad O'Brien, is because Mr. Golden is in the United States, and what the utterance that came out of his mouth, I think they're saying that he should never have done that on American soil. And I want you to listen to this.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go over here when you listen to this.
The Jamaica Labour Party is denouncing and condemning PNP President Mark Golding for again showing his willingness to mislead and make false statements in his desperation for political power. While on the political platform recently and during the passage of just a few seconds, Mark Golding made 3 false, manipulative, and disingenuous statements about the Stocks and Securities Limited issue, the SSL matter. Golding stated, and I quote, "There was a massive fraud going on in there when Nigel Clark was the Minister of Finance," end quote. In making that statement, the PNP president appeared to pretend to ignore confirmation from local authorities and word from a confessed fraudster who is now before the courts that fraud at SSL was going on from as far back as 2012 when the PNP was in office.
I want you to comment on that, Conrad O'Brien.
All right, I will, and I'm happy that you played that, because certainly the whole business of fraud will take place in an institution, but is what you do, right? And the People's National Party, through no less a person than the then Finance Minister, Dr. Phillips, basically said that they take corrective action. They basically issue the cease and desist order for SSL, and that was basically ignored, and nothing was done to stop them under the JLP government. That is what Mark Golding spoke to, and it is a truism. When Nigel Clark, the former Minister of Finance, he said that when the document reached him, he could not find it, and at the end of the day, he dug up his drawers and he found that document himself after the whole thing happened, what was sent to him from the regulatory body to take action against the SSL. So no amount of crying and cowballing from Marlon Morgan, who they seems to have as the attack dog, that is now wearing out himself, and a lot of people seems to be tuning out from him, because people are saying, what is wrong with this young man? What is wrong with him? Why is he taking on everything as if the JLP say, listen, here's a little fellow that we can basically throw out there and let him kill himself because he's of no use to us. You know, we really just threw him a little bone because people like a Conrad O'Brien and so on fought for him and bat hard for him to get a senatorial position. So, you know, maybe the JLP is treating Marlon with scant regard, because all in all, Marlon, they say they have a communication task force, but it seems as if Marlon Morgan is the only active player from the communication task force. You know, and he said that Mark Golding probably should not have gone on international side and say what he has. The fact of the matter is that whether Mark Golding said it in Trenchtown in his constituency, at OLO, or in the street of Kingston, in the street of Trelawney, wherever Mark Golding said, and Marlon Morgan should know this, that with the present scenario as it relates to communication, to technology, wherever Mark Golding said, it would reverberate throughout the world just the same. What is egregious, and what we should Marlon should point out, is that the only opposition leader, a leader for a major political party who went abroad and encouraged
Jamaicans,
not Jamaicans, but encourage the world not to invest in Jamaica and to assist Jamaica, was the late Edward Seaga, when he did it in the 1970s, when he was out there actively campaigning against Jamaica, right? When the CIA basically sabotaged Jamaica, and that is written, that is documented and confessed by the CIA. I remember coming home from school and we saw in Mandeville Town where truckload of flour, rice, baby formulas were dumped at that time because they were hoard and weevil and whatever took them, and they had to be thrown out. That was the kind of sabotage and the wickedness that was perpetrated against the Jamaican people at the time. We must talk it straight, and that is why I'm dubbed as the fireman, and I will speak truth to power, no matter who the guy is. And I challenge anybody to test the veracity of a Conrad O'Brien work.
But and that note also, Conrad O'Brien, when you listen to Senator Morgan, why they
Yes.
don't come out and speak the truth that the FSC literally send a message or letter to the then Minister of Finance that this company needs to be reined in because something's going on there. And he does speak about that. You're commenting
It's
that.
not palatable. It's not palatable for them to say so because they're not about truth. They're not about truth and fair play. They're about political one-upmanship and believe that they can woodwink the Jamaican people. But the people are saying that, listen, they have news for them. And that is why the Don and the support that was issued on Sunday still have the People's National Party 5 percentage point ahead. And even though the PNP had basically dropped some point after the JLP had their conference in November, they have started the patching of the roads and so on. They still weren't able to get a point from that. All of those people have gone back into the uncommitted corner. You understand? So the JLP certainly is not cutting it, and that is why Marcus basically sent out the warning to say to the PNP and to Jamaicans at large to say, listen, you need to be mindful while these things are happening, but keep your eyes on the prize, because it is argued that the Jamaica Labour Party is awash with cash going into the next election, and one has to be mindful of that to see. And Mark is basically taking no chance with all of those things. So I think what Marky G said is basically very, very instructive. And this argument, Jeffrey, about apologizing for what? Apologize for what?
I want to...
Light being finished.
Hold on for me, Conrad. Hold on for me. I want you to listen to what was said on Nationwide News with Lloyd B. Smith and the president of the Press Association of Jamaica, and also with a political commentator who sits on the Constitutional Board. What's her name again? Oh Lord. You'll hear her name. I don't remember her name, but anyway, I want to listen to this.
Dashan Hendricks.
Good afternoon, Ricardo.
Good afternoon. Let me start with you, Mr. President. Your members have been bought out by this JLP government?
Well, I laugh when you ask me, because I would find it really and truly egregious if there is any belief among any government or opposition that a media landscape in Jamaica, as diverse as we are, can be bought out. I don't know how you buy out the media in Jamaica. We're too diverse, we're too independent. If you buy one, everybody going to know. If you buy all, everybody going to know. So I understand that.
The opposition leader seems to be suggesting that because the government has the support of the elites, that may be part of the reason why they may have the wherewithal to do that.
Well, Ricardo, I don't know. I couldn't answer the question whether or not they have the wherewithal from the elite to buy out the media or not. I honestly don't know. But the accusation that the government has bought out the media is among is a pattern that we are seeing in the political landscape, where both not just the opposition, but both major political parties increasingly resorting to undermining the media credibility when coverage doesn't align with their interest. And so I said it last year that we are expecting to continue to see the rhetoric continue in the way it is going to be. It's going to happen both government and opposition, especially as we are coming into the silly season. But Jamaica as a nation and the media landscape, we are consistently ranked among the top countries globally for press freedom. And so when political leaders make such broad accusations of the media in terms of bias and corruption and being bought out, they are politically eroding the standing and the public's trust in essential democratic institutions to media represents as well.
Dr. Spence?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, I heard the comments and I listened to them a couple of times, and I wondered, did Mr. Golding come across to you as someone who the party has been saying that they're doing well and they're on course to retake government? Did he come across confident to you in those comments?
Not at all, not at all. I mean, you one of the things you said in your coverage is that he was complaining. I mean, I don't know if you were deliberate with that choice of word, but when you are confident, you don't complain. You acknowledge where the difficulties are. And it wouldn't be the first time that we've heard a party leader say it's going to be difficult, or say to their supporters, it's not going to be easy. But this was not said in the same way and in the same tone. He really was complaining. And he was complaining from a very defeated place. He was coming from a place of feeling that he was wronged and that he's being set upon and being marginalized in a way, that the JLP is not being. And we have to be honest about it and say that he said some things that were also blatantly untrue. I mean, the PNP has dominated the news cycle. I remember when I was at a particular news station, the PNP dominated the news cycle, and you never heard the PNP complaining then that they thought the media was being bought out or anything like that. They were obviously flying high, and I remember there was almost a press conference every other day from the PNP camp, and it was always covered, and there was always one or two major news items coming from it. So he said some things that were wrong. I agree with Dashan. What he said about the press as well is dangerous to say in a democracy like ours, which has always turned on this idea of a free and critical press. I think it is unfortunate that he said what he said in the space that he said it. And for him to complain about our democracy in a place like America now, it means that Mr. Golding isn't thinking. He's not at all thinking. How can you go to America to talk to Americans, even if they're Jamaican Americans in a time like this, and calling our government wicked and corrupt in America at this time in America? It doesn't make any sense to me. I feel as if he's not thinking, and he has lost perspective.
Lloyd B. Smith, you're at the Western Mirror. You have been bought out by the JLP?
I have never been bought out by either the JLP or the PNP. Let me say that very clearly, which is one of the reasons why I quickly exited the political scene after a while, because I will not allow myself to be bought out by anyone. If you look at the history of politics in Jamaica, as far back as I can recall, this is par for the course. Both political parties, when it suits them, have launched various attacks against the media. I think in this case, though, Mr. Golding needs to apologize, and I'll tell you why. As was pointed out by Lenina a while ago, he ought not to have made such a statement in another country, especially a country such as the United States, where we know what's happening there now. Secondly, he was overly, I mean, you can't make such a sweeping statement. I mean, if he had said some persons or some media, one could perhaps understand, but for him to make this sweeping statement that the media has been bought out, it's most regrettable, and it covers all of us in the media, and I take umbrage for that. Secondly, though, I think it's almost, and it's ridiculous when he then goes on to say that the JLP is being supported by the top echelons of the society. It's the silly season that is upon us, and he has to be very careful that he doesn't throw out the baby with the bathwater.
You know, Conrad O'Brien, for those who are just joining us, we're speaking to Conrad O'Brien from Newstalk 93 FM. He's a talk show host. And I want, Conrad, when you listen to what they all said, Mr. Golding in the United States was speaking to Jamaicans of the Jamaican diaspora and saying to them, listen, our country is in a critical state when it comes on to corruption, nepotism, and cronyism. And for us to get out of this, it's going to take a hard way to get out of this. He wasn't he wasn't saying it to the American government or whatever. Wasn't he saying it to the Jamaican in a Jamaican setting? Your take on that?
Absolutely, Mr. Tavares, and that's what has eluded those persons that was on. And I can tell you that all those persons that were spoken to, I never see where they vote or anything, but I can tell you that the jury is out as to the message that they carry. Certainly, Nadine Spence is known to be a supporter, if not a card-carrying member of the Jamaica Labour Party. Mm-hmm. You know, at one point it was argued heavily that she was the person who was going to replace J.C. Hutchinson down there in St. Elizabeth. I gather she is from that area, that constituency area that heavily support the Jamaica Labour Party, and nothing is wrong with that. And you made a very important observation there, Jeffrey. These people, or those people rather, that was in the audience that Mark Gordon addressed, are people who, if this was said in Jamaica, they would be up on it in any event because they have interest in knowing what is taking place in Jamaica. Mark Gordon did not go and meet with the United States government or people in that in officialdom within government in the United States and talk about Jamaica. Unlike, as I said, back in the 70s when Mr. Seaga, the then leader of the Jamaica Labour Party, may his soul rest in peace, went out and basically lambasted the Jamaican government and encouraged not just the American, but the wider world not to invest or to do anything to assist Jamaica. And also at that time, get the support of the American government and the CIA to sabotage Jamaicans. So women who had their children and had the last bit to spend on them, whenever they go to shop to buy a pound of rice, they had to buy some sanitary product in order to get that pound of rice.
Yes.
You understand? That was the scenario. In addition to that, Jeffrey, and people are not stupid. One of the things that we do when we're communicating a lot, and we must try and avoid it, but it's what happened. Even you during this deliberation, I think you say everybody is saying this or saying that, which is not true, but it's just that some of the time you communicate that way. So for Mark to say that the media, right, the media in Jamaica, right, is being bought out, it doesn't mean that every single media house or every person within the media house, not at all. Not at all, because the PNP does get some amount of coverage. What Mark is saying is that fair play across the board. He is not seeing that. Nadine Spence alluded to the fact that the PNP did not complain at a material time when they were getting a certain amount of coverage. The PNP would not be complaining when if they were getting a certain amount of coverage. The fact of the matter is that the Jamaica Labour Party would not highlight these ills within the media because it is not happening to them. So why would you be complaining if you are getting a benefit? If you are getting a benefit, you wouldn't be complaining. It is the side that not getting, and it is us now in the middle, supposed to look at it and to call for fair play and say, wow, this coverage of the People's National Party is not getting as much as the governing Jamaica Labour Party is getting. So how do we recalibrate that? That's where we need to mention. But the fact of the matter is that the Jamaica Labour Party is not going to come out and say what? When the Jamaica Labour Party will come out and say something is whenever they get hit, because we have seen where Warmington, we have seen where other members of the Jamaica Labour Party to include probably I think even their general secretary, has taken on the media from time to time. What the problem again that we face is that you don't have this wall-to-wall coverage when a member of the Labour Party come out and say something about the media, and that again lies the bias. You don't have the kind of discussion that is taking place, the wall-to-wall coverage where the president of the association come out and talk about these things and so on. And that is what they have to look into. You know, the late Murty Perkins, was never ever a member, like myself, never a member of the association, you know, right? Wasn't a member of the association. Murty was dubbed as the number one of the top journalists in Jamaica, and he has never walked into a tertiary institution or a place of training for journalism, but he was dubbed as one of the top journalists in the country. So all of these things compile together to highlight the ills that are taking place in Jamaica. And if Jamaica is experiencing a level of corruption, a level of cronyism, it must be pointed out. And one of the things that we cannot deny is that the body that was set up by the Parliament of Jamaica, the Integrity Commission, whether at the end of the day, the PM will be found guilty on it or anything, but the fact is that what we have in front of us now is that the PM filing cannot be certified by that body, and he is indeed under investigation for illicit enrichment, and there are 7 others who sit in our parliament that are so investigated for that. Right? That's a hard, cold facts. I am not here prescribing or saying guilt either way, but I'm talking about what is in the public domain and what is a fact as we have it now. The fact is also that the Prime Minister have taken the institution to court. He is suing us, all of us.
Yes.
Because when you sue that body, is that you're suing the Jamaican people.
Indeed.
You're taking the Jamaican people to court.
Indeed. Wherever listening, watching from around the world in the Eastern Caribbean, welcome to the Make We Talk program. Remember to like, share, and subscribe, and hit the super chat. If we're doing a good job, hit the super chat. We're speaking to Conrad O'Brien from Newstalk 93 FM. Conrad, I want to say this to you though. As a Jamaican living overseas, and what I see is going on in Jamaica, Mr. Gold didn't have to come and tell the people in the Jamaican diaspora. We all know what is going on in Jamaica, you know. He's just reminding us $3 trillion unaccountable for. $2 billion of taxpayers' money gone down the drain from NHT, NIS, and the Banana Board into SSL. You hear you don't hear Marlon Morgan speaks about that. And if Mr. Golding overseas to remind Jamaicans overseas that this country is in serious problem, we're knocking behind Haiti to become a banana republic.
Remember, absolutely. Remember also that a number of people, right? A number of people who live in the United States form a part of the voting bloc here in Jamaica. Whenever an election is called, you see people, the airline bookings goes up because people are coming into Jamaica to cast their vote. So they are a part of the electorate that will be asked to form the next government, right?
Yeah.
But the other point that you said, Jeffrey, and we cannot overemphasize, the dynamic has changed. Similarly to I turn on my television and saw President Trump and his vice president trashing the president of Ukraine, Mr. Zelensky. And it was over all in the world. Did I have to come into America to hear or to find out this, Jeffrey?
No.
The people who live in Haiti, would they have to come to America to see the people who live in Ukraine, would they have to come into America to see what was going on with their president?
No.
So what the damn foolishness we're talking about,
Thank
man?
you. That's what I don't understand. The issues that is facing this country. You don't hear that. That is why, Conrad, I am gonna say something this morning, and people gonna be vexed with me. When it comes on to the youth arm of the two political parties in this country, when their party is in power, they will not come out and say no wrong. And that is why I cannot join a political party. Because if the party is doing something wrong, I'm going to come out and say they're doing something wrong. When the Jamaica Labour Party, the youth arm of the Jamaica Labour Party, do not come out and say, we the people must get answers to 3 trillion accountable for, 2 billion of taxpayers' money.
Unaccountable for.
What about the report of SSL? Why can't it be made public? Why can't the sex register in this country be made public? Those are the things that the youth arm must hold their party to.
Similarly, the FinSAC report that so much of Jamaican taxpayers' money was spent by.
Yes.
Audley Shaw made a commitment when he was there. He campaigned on it. Nigel Clark, all of them come out and so on. And guess what? When the report was completed, what they recognized that, listen, it wasn't killing the PNP, but it had a number of JLP operatives and maybe people in government right now that was fingered in it. What they do? They say they're not seeing it, and what they decide to do is to put bits and pieces out there and say you can get these bits and pieces there. I mean, and we are here. Those persons are there, just thumping at the bit, to carry the political narrative to hoodwink the Jamaican people. Yeah. Well, Jeffrey, it is our job. To mash down those lies and to put it out there and allow the people to decide. The last time I checked, we still have a democracy here in Jamaica. And that is why even the 15th parish of Portmore is now in vogue. And it seems as if it is written with unconstitutionality all over it. All over it. And the government of the day decided that they will be wrong and strong, even when they have been written to by the chairman of the ECJ, the Electoral Commission of Jamaica. What can go so? What can go so?
Indeed. There is somebody on this platform here named Denise, I think, if I'm seeing it correctly, is saying, bro, 3 trillion is not missing. Speak facts. Then if it is not missing.
You did not say not missing. You said unaccountable, unaccounted for. Unaccounted for. Cannot be properly accounted for. So that gentleman or that lady, maybe they need a hearing aid.
There you go. So Conrad, in all of this, Conrad, members of the Jamaican diaspora.
And Jeffrey, hold on, Jeffrey. Let me entreat that person to listen to Newstalk 93 FM straight up with yours truly, Conrad O'Brien, Mondays and Tuesdays from 9 until 12 midday, where we speak truth to power, no matter who the guy is. And you're allowed. It doesn't matter your political affiliation, your religion, your creed, your color. You're invited to come on. And you're allowed to speak. All you have to do is to come with a modicum of decency and understand the rules of engagement. Similarly to right here with my good friend Jeffrey Tavares Spencer. Jeffrey Tavares. I know it would catch me, Jeffrey.
You be careful with that last name there, you know. Let's go back. Let's go back to this thing here. Where do you see? Are you going to see a different change in the dynamics of this country when it comes on to the political arena being heated up and so forth?
Repeat. I didn't get the last part of your question, Jeffrey.
Okay. Are you gonna see when the Prime Minister, and before we do that though, Jamaicans have to be waiting at the base of a Prime Minister to call an election. Yet we talk about fixed election date. Senator Morgan no come out and speak about that, not even Senator Fix Henry. The Jamaican people need a fixed election date to know that, hey, election gonna be in September 1st or whatever. My question to you, Conrad O'Brien, where do you see, if the election is called now, where do you see this election going?
All right, before I answer that, Jeffrey, and this again will be a part of the Prime Minister's report card that we have to be examined. The Prime Minister made pronouncement as to a number of things that he would have done or started doing, which was in his gift. He didn't have to cost any money or anything to do that. Things such as fixed election date, term limit, etc., etc. The Prime Minister had basically thrown all of those things through the window. So again, it speaks to credibility. You know, can you be trusted? After making these pronouncements and so on, and you don't even come to the Jamaican people and say, boy, I'm sorry, I have a change of heart. I said these when I was campaigning, but you know, looking at it, I have a change of heart. Nothing of the sort. He just basically ignore us and pay us no mind because we're fools. So all of those things are questions. So I genuinely believe, Jeffrey, I don't know the PNP's full position on this, but I personally genuinely believe that those are two things that we need to look at. Well, and I add a third to it. I believe that we need to look at the whole business of a direct election of our president, similarly to what we see in Portmore there with their direct election of mayor. And that is why, Jeffrey, I am so upset about this thing, this willy-nilly thing with this 15 parish that will erode that very, very linchpin of the municipality of Portmore with their direct election of mayor, where you give the people more democracy. With the change that is proposed now in Portmore, that will be taken away from the people. The people will lose that because you will now have to resort to what the other parishes have right now. You understand? So all of those things, and I am going around the Marlborough bush somewhat, but I remember what you asked about the election and so on. The fact is that, Jeffrey, we need to encourage more and more of our people to participate in the democratic process.
Yes.
And not just by way of voting, but to be engaged in the process even after they vote. Look at what is in front of them. Look at what is carried out. Look at it. Is it this person that you want to continue to be at the helm of your government? Look at Mark Golden's record. Look at what he is bringing to the table in terms of his own integrity and so on. The fact of the matter is that Mark Golden filing has been certified year on year, and also not only just certified, but it has been published, because a part of the requirement with the opposition leader and the Prime Minister after certification, it must be gazetted and published so that the people of the country can see it. We cannot say that about Andrew Michael Radham Brogard Holness at this time, but Mark Jefferson Golden, Marky G, we can say that his own has been certified. So you have to match all of those things and look at it, weight in the balance, and to see who do you want to put your trust in.
Yes.
The people must also understand that, listen, although you had voted for one or the other of the party, if something carried out against the people of Jamaica that is not beneficial to us, then we must put the political partisan interest aside and ask the tough question. Whether we are in media, whether we are gardeners, whether we are police officers, whether we are doctor, lawyers, Indian chief, whether you are in the case, whether you're a woman and you decide that, listen, you're a sex worker, get involved in the process and see what is happening, because maybe you're interested in getting a red light district regulated. So if you are sex, I love the Lord, glory.
Don't become like my good friend Luke George Cook, who speak in tongues, you know.
I feel the anointing, Jeffrey. I feel the anointing coming upon me. I feel the anointing coming upon me. As I say good morning to Apostle James over there in Kingston. What my Apostle James there, pray with me on a regular basis. Yes, Jeffrey. So, those are some of the things, Jeffrey.
Hold on for me, Conrad. We have joining us now our good friend Headboy. Headboy, welcome to the program.
Good morning to you, Jeffrey. Good morning.
Hi, Headboy. How you doing?
The erudite Conrad O'Brien.
Not hearing Headboy at all.
Hold on
You
there.
hearing me?
Go ahead.
Good morning to you, the erudite Conrad O'Brien. How are you, brother?
My friend and brother. How are you doing?
I'm giving God thanks. I am watching I'm watching the political scene like a cat with a lot of glee. And
Indeed.
I was following the discussions, Jeffrey, and I want to say, the response from Damian Crawford to Desmond McKenzie is a classical response.
What was it? I didn't get the response at all. You had it there?
Let me try and find it to you. Let me try.
Did you, Conrad? Did you know that Desmond sent a lawsuit against Damian Crawford?
For what?
According to the good minister, he said that Damon is what they call it, the feminist. What they call it again? The feminist name.
Character.
His character, yes.
The minister said the minister used the same lawyer that Andrew Holness has been using, right? So it seems like this is a lawyer that's on the payroll of associates of Andrew, and Damian responds on Twitter by saying, "Dear Desmond, yes, I will not apologize not in 3 days, nor in 3,000 days."
Whoa!
And move the multi-million lawsuit to billion. Move it from million to billion. Because
good. Headboy and Jeffrey, for the purpose of our listeners and viewers, could you just remind what was said? What is Desmond calling for the apology for?
Headboy, remind, because I don't have it here in front of me.
You have it. You have the clip
here in the Jamaica Observer.
Hold on, I don't have it in front of me here.
I have the document.
You written. You have it in written form there, not in voice.
No.
Right, Headboy.
Let me bring it up here and see if I find it.
If you're just joining us, we're listening, watching from around the world in the Eastern Caribbean. If you're just joining us, it's the Ash Wednesday edition of the Mekwe Talk program. I have with me my good friend Conrad O'Brien from Newstalk 93 FM and Professor himself, Headboy, on the Mekwe Talk program. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. Hit the super chat. To keep this program going. Let me say something here. I will not delete anybody off this platform. It's freedom of speech. Go ahead and speak, but do it so respectfully. Do so respectfully. I will not delete anyone off the platform here, but do so respectfully, please. Headboy, go ahead.
Indeed, Jeffrey, if I may, Headboy, just before you come in, because it would be remiss of me, Jeffrey, not to say this. Because sometimes we need to strengthen each other. And Jeffrey, I want to commend you in a big way for your level of stick-to-itiveness, and diligence that you have brought to this platform, and to your commitment to give information. One would see jump up from time to time, giving breaking news headlines from across the world and so on, and just really and truly get into the heart of the matter, Jeffrey. And I want to really and truly commend you, my good friend Jeffrey Tavares, and you know the good job that you're doing. Keep it up, and that is why, Jeffrey, whenever you call on me, sometimes I'm not available, but once I'm available, I'm always going to come to and advance your cause. You know, so I just wanted to say that. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. Head boy, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Head boy.
Jeffrey, if any of your listeners there, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm looking for the article, but I'm not seeing it. If any of your listeners in the chat can post the article in the chat, but I'm not seeing the article for some reason.
Hold on there for me.
I'm not seeing it at all.
Hold on there for me. Let me see something here. Conrad, hold a minute there.
Man.
Conrad. In the meantime, Conrad, just go ahead and speak about something so we can find this.
All right. Well, certainly it is the Ash Wednesday edition. It is Wednesday, the 5th of March, 2025. And indeed, you're listening to the Make We Talk program hosted by Jeffrey Tavares. And, you know, the place to be. And we have been talking about a number of things, you know, a number of ills that are taking place right here in Jamaica. The latest scenario, Mark Jefferson Golden, the opposition leader, being raked over the coal by some surrogates on
Jeffrey, I just sent the article to you. I found it. Conrad? It seems like we have lost Conrad, Jeffrey. It seems like we have lost Conrad.
You had to go there and say with the American authorities. What the late Edward Seaga, when he basically encouraged people not to do business with Jamaica, and we saw what had happened with the CIA, where the level of sabotage, and we can say that boldly, and we don't have to be afraid that we will be sued like what Desmond McKenzie is trying to do with the Senator Damian Crawford, because the CIA themselves have basically confessed that they were really snap dab in Jamaican business and carried out a lot of sabotage there. Yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Head boy, I just sent it to you. You can go ahead and read it now.
Okay, so it says the words uttered by you. This is the lawyers writing to Damian Crawford now. The words uttered.
Hold on, Ed boy, you're not coming through clearly at all.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Can you hear me much better now?
Much better.
Right. The words uttered by you at a public meeting have been widely circulated on social media and were published to a substantial but unquantifiable number of attendees, viewers, and listeners. The statement uttered by you are patently false, said Neil. But I want to refer to the statement because I'm looking for the statement. No, I don't want to read the full thing.
Yes, the statement is a statement for one. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That's the response. That's the reply from Desmond McKenzie. What we're talking about is what Damian said.
Why am I not the full article? But this article is not showing the letter. Because there's a statement in it. Well, I can tell you from paraphrasing.
Yes.
Damian says 10%. Damian said they are telling you that Portmore is going to Portmore is going to benefit from this, but 10% of Portmore's money goes to the equalization fund, which Desmond McKenzie is in charge of. And if nothing missing is Desmond, to the effect that's what he said. He did not say Desmond. If no money I take a Desmond. He says if no money I take, then it's Desmond.
And I heard it clearly. What the Senator Crawford was saying is that, listen, to say that, you know, Portmore would get more money or less is not true, because what happened, Portmore get 90%, and the other 10% is within the gift of the minister. So it is the minister who would be holding back on the fund and would have to say, well, he would be the one who would be shortchanging Portmore. That's what Damien was saying.
Right.
Absolutely.
I think Minister McKenzie is clutching off the straw right here.
No, what is happening, Conrad and Jeffrey? There has been a trend by the Jamaica Labour Party. Every minute, and you see, Desmond is not the only one that's doing this. Is a shutting down
tactics, head boy.
Yes, the modus operandi of the JLPs. Once you say something that they don't like or they're threatened, they immediately are responding. I have information to the effect that they are also making a claim that this clip called Ball Out. Yes? Ball Out. Yeah, I don't know if you have it, Jeffrey.
I'm going to look for it. I think I have it.
But you need to get it, because it hurt them every minute when it is played.
Hold on there. I can play it now. Hold on.
Ball out! Whoa! Yo. We need help, Jesus. Jamaica need help. Shift the parliament. Shift the election. Shift everything. Remove them out there. Take out the cockroach. Take out the thief. Take out the criminal them. Take out the thief them. Take out the murderer them. Take out the gang leader them. Out of parliament. Take them out from Portland. Take them out. I hear Portland. Me I go to Portland. Why me I travel to Portland? Take out somebody, man or woman.
No, tell me something now.
Is that the great Mark Stewart?
Him same one.
Yes.
Why do they want to? Why do they want anybody to play it? I wanted to tell me not to play it.
They want to create. They're looking at and you know, they're looking at, and the information is quite reliable. They're looking at doing you know, you can create a system in which they can block it from being, so they're trying to block it from being played. Yeah, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. The intended effect of Mark Stewart's prayer Mark Stewart is literally expressing in his prayer the cry of the ordinary Jamaican people. And on this blessed Ash Wednesday, you know, it is clear to me that there are two things that is hurting the Jamaica Labour Party. One, they are threatened by social media. The two, they are threatened by anyone who attempts to expose what they're doing. You see, in 2016, when they came back to power on the brink of the social media.
Yes.
The same social.
And now there has been a turn.
No, there's been a turn.
There's been a shift.
Social media, YouTube, is what is presiding over their demise. Because let's be real, Jeffrey. The RJR group, the nationwide, all of the major communications group in Jamaica, they will become obsolete within the next 5 to 10 years. I'm telling you.
Yes, that is why major media houses in the United States are going online now too.
Yeah, because you have to get with the time. And you know, I was listening
it's a must. You know, I tell you, my program and mainstream radio. It's the live and whatever accompanying thing that I do with it. That's what basically reverberate. That's what basically move to the other level. So you are definitely correct. It's we have to step up to the plate and really be on top of our games and be cutting edge. But I want to say something, Ed Boy, just to remind our viewers and our listeners that Mark Stewart, the Reverend Mark Stewart, and one must remember that he was also speaking under the anointing. He was led. This is not just him getting up and saying this, He was under the Holy Spirit and being led by the anointed, as I understand it. Just seeing him, he was in a particular realm where it seems as if the Holy Spirit was leading him. Leading him by way of parish and all of those starters. He could have said Clarendon, he could have said Manchester, but it led him over there to the east in Portland, and so on and so forth. You get what I'm saying, Jeffrey and Head Boy?
Oh yes, because at the end of the day, and I heard Damian Crawford said it. Jamaica is a Christian country. And the Spirit of God must lead us in this time. So if you have a Reverend Mark Stewart speaking truth to power, and the Holy Spirit is leading him, let it lead
no matter who the guy is.
I'm gonna play the video again. I'm gonna play the video again, make people see it, people hear it.
Lick it again, Jeffrey. Lick it till it boss. Lick it again.
Ball out! Whoa, yo. We need help, Jesus. Jamaica need help. Shift the parliament. Shift the election. Shift everything. Remove them out there. Take out the cockroach. Take out the thief. Take out the criminal them. Take out the thief them. Take out the murderer them. Take out the gang leader them. Out of parliament. Take them out. From Portland. Take them out. I hear Portland. Me I go to Portland. Why me I travel to Portland? Take out somebody, man or woman.
Let me hold on again.
Ball out! Whoa, yo. We need help, Jesus. Jamaica need help. Shift the parliament. Shift the election. Shift everything. Remove them out there. Take out the cockroach. Take out the thief. Take out the criminal them. Take out the thief them. Take out the murderer them. Take out the gang leader them. Out of parliament. Take them out. From Portland. Take them out. I hear Portland. Me I go to Portland. Why me I travel to Portland? Take out somebody, man or woman.
You hear what he said? He said he hear Portland. He said he heard Portland.
Absolutely. And I can tell you, Jeffrey, that as a firm believer, when you pray and you're enveloped in the anointing, you're led. So I don't want nobody to take this lightly. And Mark Stewart received a message during the time of his utterance there, and he delivered the message.
Yes.
So why would people? What is it? Is it that the message was so pointed that people want to, as Head Boy said, they're trying to basically suppress the message, Head Boy?
You know what it is? When you turn on, remember, the Spirit has a way of turning on the searchlight. And it searches the innermost part of man. Yeah? So if you're not guilty, if you're not a gang leader, if you're not a criminal, why are you worried about the prayers of Mark Stewart?
You know something, gentlemen?
If you know the Lord is keeping you, if you know the Lord is keeping you, what are you worried about? Sing glory, hallelujah, praise his name. You know that song there?
Yes, man. I was going to say something, Conrad. Listen to this, Conrad. Listen to this, Conrad and Head Boy. Listen to this. You know, I have a good friend of mine who live in the United States, you know, who laugh at me and say me speaking in tongues. I know he's listening to me now. You know, many times I'm on this platform here, you know, and I pray before I come on some of the times, and some of the times I'm just here talking because of what is going on in our country, you know, and I find myself singing this song, "Don't You Trouble Zion," or "What a Woe Situation," weeping and wailing, and some people laugh and say, "Boy, Jeffrey," no, many times. The Spirit of Almighty God lead you to do some things and say some things. And people may think you're mocking God or you're playing.
You are correct, Jeffrey. I tell you this. I tell you this. When I talk about, for example, the United Nations survey there, Head Boy, that's showing that about 57% of our people are having difficulty in eating. And I can tell you, as a conscientious person, a person with a heart, believe me, I lie on my back, and when I think about it, the tears just running down my cheek because I feel it for my people, and I know that it is the presence of the Lord is visiting upon me to say, listen, there are people who are out there that you have to reach out to. Sometimes immediately after me finish, my phone ring. Somebody called me and said, listen, boy, I beg you $1,000 for help out to do something. And that are going on in Jamaica. And anybody who want come talk about who lowest unemployment and this and that. Lowest unemployment $15,000 or $13,000 a week, where people can't even pay fare or buy lunch or that with that. And we're boasting about that. We're mashing down those lies. And they can come for me and say how much a PNP I am. I care zero.
I'm telling you something.
Let me help you with it.
Hold on for me, Head Boy. Head Boy, remember I'm going to say, let me say something here. Please. I'm telling you something. Majority of these people who are talking, so they live in a one-bedroom house. And they know what hunger is. Lie! You know what hunger is? When you go to your bed and have nothing to eat, get up the next morning, and your family will be trying to find you something to eat. Let me tell you something. Not because I have a name of a Tavares. I have been through a lot in my life. And that is why Almighty God put me here for a reason. I could be in politics. And I decide not to. God turned things around because of Dudley Thompson and Owen Brown, who decides to know, Jeffrey, I have to do something. Coming to the media. I know what it's like to go to my bed hungry. I know what it's like to eat a tin of tin mackerel and a hard-dough bread for my Christmas dinner.
Yeah.
Many Jamaicans are out there hungry. And there's no PNP nor JLP nonsense in this country. It's full time we speak about this country, Jamaica. So when we come on here and we speak, I make something clear to you. I'm not a member of any political party, I'm a Jamaican. And this country come first.
But the grim...
You know, Jeffrey, Jeffrey and Head Boy, and Head Boy and viewers, listeners, that is why I personally have a lot of time for Mark Jefferson Golden. Yes. Because I happen to engage the man. In several discussions, you know, and I can tell you, I feel extremely comfortable in his presence. I listen to him, and he speaks from the heart. And you know, sometimes there is a level of passion, a level of service, a level of commitment that is envelope within your gene, your gene pool. And I can tell you, I am feeling that from a Mark Golden, that he had basically adopted this from his late father.
Yeah.
The late Professor Sir John Golden, who would have left his comfort zone and been among those who are most downtrodden, those people who people probably wouldn't want to be around, and so on. And he went beyond the call of duty, and ensure that people who have suffered polio and all sorts of things, people who have all sorts of illness and so on, he is there for them. And hence we are seeing his work as manifest, and we have what is now called the Sir John Golden Institute, or whatever it is there, wellness, whatever it is. So I mean, sometimes you talk, and there's just so much coming out of you. And I am saying that I believe that with Mark Golden, we are poised to see some of the most far-reaching things. One, remember when Michael Manley was Prime Minister in the 70s, and up to now, we have the most far-reaching social legislation that take place. And I was engaging some folks at the barber shop the other day, and I said to the young women and young men who were there, because you have both hairdressers and barbers in there, and I said to them, I said, listen, some of what you're enjoying now, you probably don't know the history. I don't know if your parents tell you.
Conrad, hold a minute there for me. I tell you something, I have a lot of tolerance, you see? Hold on for me, Conrad, please.
Jeffrey, can you hold that? I don't want to break my shade.
All right, go ahead.
The thought person. I'm saying to them, my friend, that I tell them, head boy and listeners, that that legislative agenda, it is now, you may be 18 or 20 or 22-year-old or whatever, however old you are now as a young person, but those are the legislation that are carrying you through. The equal pay for women, the maternity leave with pay, the no Boston no day again. So therefore, if you go out there and get pregnant for a man who is affluent, he can just run left you, and if him dead, your child no have nothing to get. Your child have a stake in his estate. Those were things that happened under PNP administration with the late Michael Manley. And I'm seeing Mark Golden coming now to repair certain things, and one that is very dear to my heart, the access to beach. We cannot be in Jamaica and be children of a lesser God with the majority of our people in Barbados, in Turks and Caicos, all over the Caribbean, Grand Cayman. People can access their beach in Jamaica. We are peasant and cannot access it. We say those things has to go. And Mark Jefferson Golden is threatening that he is coming to fix all of those. And some people are shaking in their boots. But we have a plurality of people here in Jamaica that can go out and make the difference.
I totally agree with you 150%. The point I wanted to make when you referred to the unemployment figures, I want to point out a stark reality on this, and this is a blessed Ash Wednesday day, but we must speak the truth and speak it what will. The research is showing over 700,000 Jamaicans are not looking jobs. They are not in the position to look any job either. But do you know what is happening now in Jamaica with our young women? The other day, I'm on various social media platforms. So whether it's the Facebook, the Instagram, and I am appalled. I am getting messages in my Instagram.
You're cracking a bit, head boy. You're cracking a bit. We want to hear, because I think you're making a very interesting point there.
Can you hear me now? So I am.
Yes,
I am getting messages from young women in my Instagram page. Right? And it is to their OnlyFans page. Yeah? So why it seems as if the unemployment is down? Because a lot of our young women who should be in productive employment, they're not seeking an employment because them on the OnlyFans and the different platforms participating in different activities where you pay.
That is why it is said that 800,000 people who are in the work age, they are outside of the workforce.
Why you think there's such a war now amongst young people and TikTokers? TikTokers planning to kill each other over money, because that is where they're making their money. So when the government speaks to unemployment at its lowest, right? There's a next trend taking over Jamaica, the escort service. I was there in April last year.
Which service said, boy?
Escort service.
Oh, yes.
And I visited for work. I was at Jamaica Pegasus for a week, right? And let me tell you, the amount of women who come to Pegasus look well good enough, well dressed, and they engage you at the bar, and them tell you them can offer them them service. And I am not saying to sound to call down Jamaica, but when you have an administration that is not putting any emphasis on community engagements, developments, after school engagement of the young people, because they man say them come with the lift, and the lift only is 500 per constituency, right? Or 50 per 500 per constituency. The reality is there's a lot of our young people that are left behind. They brought this guy from India to come say must set up coding academy, who, by the way, and I will let it out the bag, is not alleged, but he was the yoga instructor for the Boot Stewart family. Yeah, for the Stewarts. This man has no knowledge of IT, and he could take me to court because I know for a fact them set up this institution with him. During COVID, the man leaked the whole of the data. Remember?
Hold on there. The same person who have set up for yoga, bring here. He let Jamaican data let loose on social on the internet.
He was the one who they set up this Amber group. Let me say it with no apologies. The Amber group is a spin-off from a guy who runs a major call center in Jamaica who used to work for the Boot Stewarts. Yeah. If I call his name Jeffrey, you'll know him, and Conrad would know who I'm talking. Right? So we
can call the name off air.
Yes, he was working for. No, I would not call it a name. You know me, Jeffrey. He was working for. Two of them were working for Boot Stewart. One was the IT officer, the IT man for the group, and the other was the yoga instructor. When the deal was cut to build this Amber Academy, there are qualified Jamaicans in the diaspora who are some been at IBM, some of the leading technology companies in the world, in the US. They are there. And they could come and set up the coding academy. You meet Andrew Holness and his government gave this man this contract to set up the coding academy. And the first test of his cybersecurity skills was tested during the COVID when remember they used to collect travel information when they're coming into the country. All the travel information, over 500, close to 1 million, was leaked, and the hackers who hacked his system from Romania were demanding payments. They had the system down for about a month or two.
Did they pay the Romanian hackers?
I don't know how they resolved it, because nobody was told how it was resolved.
I want to ask this question though. Gentlemen, let's switch gear for a minute here. The Prime Minister met with the spoke to the Secretary of State. He didn't meet with him. He spoke to him on the telephone. And until now, you don't hear the Jamaica's Prime Minister address the Jamaican people pertaining to that. Your take on that, head boy, than our good friend Conrad. I can tell you
exactly what he said, because I am passionate about this one, and I sit closely to a foreign affairs minister in the OECS. We had a discussion on last week, where on Friday last week, the foreign affairs ministers of CARICOM met. Yes, and they met in a joint session of CARICOM. And one of the major topic in the discussions was in relation to what what the United States is saying about Cuba. Now, CARICOM, I can only speak for the OECS because of my closeness to some of the ministers, 2 ministers from the OECS. The OECS position is clear. The Americans could go take their decision and shove it where the sun never shines, because the ministers of the foreign affairs ministers of the OECS have said that their position is clear. They will not be sending back any Cuban doctors to Cuba. That's one. 2, there must be a broad-based approach across CARICOM where all CARICOM countries must agree. However, they are worried about Jamaica because Jamaica's foreign affairs minister has shown to be a fickle person. So she will meet with them in meetings, and this is coming from ministers of 2 ministers from foreign affairs. She will meet with them in meetings and tell them, oh yes, we're on the same page, no issues, let's proceed. But when she leaves that meeting and goes back to Kingston, a couple days after, she will then inform them that they are now taking a different position. And I'm saying,
wow, not good at all.
This issue, I'm not surprised if Jamaica will take the position that yes, they're sending them back. And let me tell you why. You must remember that this was the same administration who forced Jamaica to close down, to expropriate the shares of Pedevasa in Petrojam, took out people's money. And I'm going to ball out now, Jeffrey. They took out the Venezuelan money, yes? And from where I sit as the leader of a support group and a solidarity group with the Venezuelans are yet to receive the money in escrow from the Jamaican government.
After what they had done for us with the Petro-Caribbean deal and so on. But you know, head boy and Jeffrey and viewers, listeners, I am in solidarity with what head boy is saying.
Let head boy finish something he's saying.
I want to make the final point on this one, because this is the nail in the coffin.
Sorry about that.
No problem, buddy, no problem. This is the nail in the coffin. So they have expropriated the shares of Pedevasa. They have not paid over anything, and the Venezuelans are of the view that a lot of the developments you see happening. So people are asking where $1 million come for apartment. It's not that them thief in the Jamaican government money. We need to investigate and see if they have gone into using some of the money that sits in escrow for the Venezuelan government. Because remember, Kamina Johnson Smith and Andrew Holness was told by Rex Tillerson, who was then the foreign secretary, in the same position that Rubio has now, that you can't do business with Venezuela. But yet though Ralph Gonzalez in St. Vincent is doing business with them, yet though Trinidad and Tobago is doing business with them, they have ignored
Barbados. I think Barbados as well.
Barbados still purchases oil from them. But the major point I want to make on this, in regards to this, the Andrew Holness is a send-out boy for the Republican Party. They have had this view for a long time from Edward Seaga that the Republican Party is their ally. And I don't see how on God's earth they will not honor the request from the Republican Party. The narrative is being shaped by Christoph Tan. We want more Indonesian doctors. We want more Indonesian nurses. We want more Nigerian nurses. So you can see they are preparing for the exit of the Cuban workers. And the Jamaican people must be prepared to take the streets, because the Cubans during COVID was well touched. Remember, the man sent with the Cuban them during COVID,
Hold on for me, gentlemen. Let me make something clear on this platform here. I will tolerate some things, and I will not tolerate some things. There is an idiot in this chat room here named Barry, who I wonder what school he went to. And I wonder if you have any cabezo. You look like termite eating out your brain, and I think I had enough of you now. Go ahead for me, gentlemen.
All right. Head boy, I don't want to overlap. You conclude your thoughts there? Your point?
Absolutely, brother. Go ahead.
Head boy? All right.
Yeah.
Head boy, you have basically said a mouthful just now. And I want to just reply by saying that the Cubans, we have seen what the Cubans have done for us here in Jamaica. But we have also seen what the Cuban has done for our brothers and sisters across the world, Africa and so on and so forth. The big, bad, mighty United States cannot begin to look at the record in terms of medical mission and medical assistance that Cubans had offered to the world less fortunate people. And here in Jamaica, come back home to here in Jamaica, it is not just the doctors and the nurses and other health professionals that are here from Cuba. What we're hearing from the press secretary, well, not the press secretary, Marco Rubio, it's not just the doctors and nurses and so on it will impact, but it's going to impact our students, that body of students that normally get scholarship and study in Cuba and so on. All of these things are what the Americans are working to impact here in Jamaica. And just imagine our fledgling health sector, where a lot of our people are sitting in wheelchairs for over 72 hours before they get any attention. Also, persons are still lying on cardboards in hospital. You know, can you just imagine if we are going to be taking out those workers, those absolutely great professionals out of the Republic of Cuba because of what the American has as their agenda, especially when you look at those sitting in the White House now that have zero care for people who are from Jamaica and so on, which Trump described us. And let's not forget it. We are a member of the group that he described as S-hole countries. So he cares zero about us. And we must have the spotlight shine on Jamaica House, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, and indeed the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Kamina Johnson-Smith.
But gentlemen,
we must demand, and I have as my guest. I'm going to call him to confirm it. You know, maybe he's listening now. Professor Ward. Ambassador Ward. Mm-hmm. There's an article in yesterday's paper.
Yes, I
read from, where Professor Ward,
Ambassador,
Ambassador Ward rather, and it said dig into diplomacy. Former ambassador to the United Nations urges Jamaican government to lobby US over threat of sanctions relating to Cuban healthcare workers. This is big, and I think Professor Ambassador Ward is onto something. I am serving notice. I am engaging him as my spotlight guest for Monday on my program because we need to dig into this one.
Mm-hmm.
There's an article that I'm commended to our viewers and listeners that they should read. It's on yesterday's Gleaner, Tuesday, the 4th of March. Very interesting article.
Somebody on the platform is saying that OB, tell me which hospital these people are lying down on the cardboard.
All over Jamaica, Mandeville, Savannah Lamar, Spanish Town, KPH, all over.
I tell you something.
All over, and the caller know that it is true.
I tell you something, in the Conrad and Head Boy. I think we have reached a point in our country where Jamaicans can't see beyond the color green or orange.
Especially beyond green, because what happened, and I'm going to say this, Jeffrey, I find my deliberation with a lot of people who happen to support the People's National Party, that they are much more conscientious and care about people, and they are prepared. A lot of them are prepared to criticize their own party, to criticize their own government, Head Boy included.
Yes.
Right? As against people who support the Jamaica Labour Party. I'm going to call him out. When I look at my good friend Marlon Morgan, who cannot see any ills with his government and is prepared to tell lies and half-truth to make a point.
I want you to listen to something that Senator Fitzhenry said. I want you to listen to
Henry.
this. Yes, Henry. I want you to listen to this, Conrad, and give your thoughts on it, you and Head Boy.
Mark Golding, Julian Robinson and the PNP have been attempting to mislead the people of Jamaica into believing that the former PNP government took any effective or decisive action to safeguard Jamaican investors when egregious issues were brought to its attention concerning the operations of SSL in 2012-2013. The fact is, no decisive or effective action was taken to safeguard the interest of the Jamaican investors, and no twisting or turning from Golding, Robinson, or the PNP will hide that fact. Even as we hope that every single Jamaican who was affected by impropriety at SSL is made whole, what I find unfortunate as well about the entire narrative is the move by the PNP to bring the name of the iconic Usain Bolt onto the political platform in a bid to mislead Jamaica and the icon into not recalling public record, which indicate that the majority.
Conrad, your take on that,
Yeah.
Boy.
All right. Mark Golding is being called upon to apologize, to basically express a truism, right? A truism. Things that he observed which nobody can contest. But here is it. Abgo Fitzhenry, who his only claim to fame, in my humble opinion, was to sit at Nationwide and being there with telephone in hand and receive privileged information from the government of Jamaica, and as a result of that, given the title of the something about newsbreaker box or something like that, to say one he get the first news. But if you are sitting down with a phone in hand and have people in every agency in the government, you don't have to do no work. People just call you and give you the information. You don't have to move a muscle.
Right.
So that was his claim to fame, and as a result of that, he had been kicked up the value chain to a senator and parliamentary secretary. Now here is it. Abga had lied, and maybe he will send me a threat for a lawsuit. But he had lied through his teeth. And no less a person than the erudite and able, and I think I could add great to his name, Dr. Peter David Phillips, came out and debunked that. And that is where people like Lloyd B., the crew at Nationwide, what's her name there? She's a member of the task force thing there.
Nadine.
Yeah. Nadine Spencer et al. This is the press conference or the apology that they should be calling for. They, all of them in unison and in our chorus, should be calling on Senator Abgafit Sendley to tender an application, I'm sorry, to tender an apology, an apology, not just to Peter Phillips, to the PNP, or to the PNP, but to the people of Jamaica, because if you talk about any lie, any misinformation, it did not come from the from the PNP group that he mentioned. It came from him. So he is the one who is supposed to apologize. But alas, where is that sound and that cry from the media, from operatives of the Jamaica Labour Party? Have you heard them asking for him to apologize, said boy?
No, but you see, Conrad, let me tell you something. You can't expect clean water to flow from a cesspool. Let's be real. You know,
I love that Moti.
The challenge.
The center cannot hold casement and spoil Karen by hostile trap. Go ahead.
The challenge that we're having, and I don't understand what happened to us. These guys, you know, they are oblivious to the truth because of the rewards they're receiving. When you look from what has come from that particular media house, and this is to buttress the point that Mark Golin is making, and why I say to Mr. Golin, dear you, if you dare apologize, I would withhold my vote, and I'm saying it now with nothing, with no fear in me. Because then
Tamaka no madman. Mark mad?
No, I'm just saying.
Mark no madman.
I know that, but I'm just saying in my build-up, because as former
man, because I suppose I would say the same thing, Ed boy. I would be. It wouldn't be only you alone. I would be one who join in that line too.
As former Prime Minister Bruce Golin said to Dorothy Lightburn during the Dudus debacle, if Mark Golin should apologize, then he would be a lubricated conduit. And I'm certain he's not a lubricated conduit. Yeah? So let's be clear. Let's be clear that why they're asking for Mark Golin to apologize is because what he said on American soil exposes the nastiness that is happening in the Jamaican media and in the wider Jamaican society. When you can have a media house getting at least minimum 90% of the government advertisements, yeah, with something being alleged that they owe taxes. I don't know how true it is. Yeah, I'm not going.
Yeah, I'm gonna get into that.
We're not going to. But I'm saying, in the pie, you have the Jamaica Information Service (JIS), a beautiful organization that was formed to buttress the work of the government, right? They have done everything in their power to kill the JIS, right? Which is supposed to be the information arm to inform the people on what the government is doing. But I can tell you why they have killed the JIS. They're killing the JIS because there's no news for the JIS to bring. When Lucretia Simpson Miller was Prime Minister during the austerity period of 2012 to 2016, if you watch JIS, ground a break here, also do this. So why they have turned to Bradley Avenue to become their mouthpiece is because Bradley Avenue is now peddling in obfuscating the truth and creating twist realities. Because when Portia was Prime Minister, I could remember distinctively, right? I would watch the JIS every minute as a project a break. Yeah? So go up here, so house in Westmoreland, house in Trelawney. No, the JIS now because they have nothing to do because nothing happened.
Gentlemen, sorry to be laughing. This person put up on the chat room, Walker Roberts, how the hell the name is. Some of you are going to face the court.
Well, tell them I am the first.
Bring it on.
Tell him he could inbox me privately. I could give out my email to. He could inbox me privately, and I could tell him where to send the lawsuit. Yeah, because this is one of the things that annoys me. You have a kleptomaniac government, and you know. Whilst I'm on the same point about the media, 7 persons from the same media houses. One was left the same media house, went to the constabulary force, jumped from district constable to superintendent. You hear me say? Normally, that's the biggest jump we have ever seen in history. One, she gonna go 10 press secretary for the prime minister and guard dog. Yeah. One he's at a major entity in Jamaica, similar to the NHT, with same mandate like the NHT. Yeah. And I could name on and on and on. So when Dayton Campbell called an incubator for the government, he was absolutely right. And there's nothing, I listened to the owner of the station on this Mark Golding matter. And he tried to play the narrative, this was a defeated Mark Golding. How could the PNP be defeated when they're leading the JLP by 5.4% in a poll?
Absolutely, it's head boy, is the first time I'm seeing you have a party that is leading its opponent, and it is said that the party that is leading is in panic or so on. The party that is leading must be buoyed. However, the good thing about Mark Golding, and I did say this during the opening of the program, the good thing about Mark is so clever. And so says Mark is also sending a message to his people to say, listen, while we're here, let's not sit on our laurels, but be mindful that we have a tape to run through. That's what Mark was saying. Nothing about defeating or anything like that. But this kind of narrative will continue to spread. Head boy, you mentioned something there about groundbreaking and this and whatnot with the Giants when the most honorable Portia Lucretia Simpson Miller was there, right? And I'm still awaiting that Children's Hospital down Western Jamaica for the sign to be put up to say the Portia Simpson Miller Children's Hospital. I am hoping that the government led by Holness now and the Minister of Health will find that modicum of decency to do so. But I also want to point out another truism that we saw on the Portia that was basically all over the place with GIS. I was there. I did some coverage there at the time. I was with Hot 102. When Portia launched the mobile unit of the NHT. Anybody remember that? What become of that, head boy?
Let me tell you what become
of that.
Right? What has become
of that? Unit? You see, all of these things, and oh my God, I'm saying that this lady.
Hold on. Conrad. Head boy is answering you. Asked about the mobile unit. He's answering you.
Sorry. Go ahead, head boy. Yes.
No problem, brother. Let's set it in narrative. The mobile unit was discontinued because the JLP know that to boost the economy, they went back into NHT after 2019 because it was supposed to end in 2019. The pullout of the $11 million, 11.5. 11.5. It was supposed to end. They have had to discontinue that mobile unit because them can't have a lot of mortgage applications coming. Because the reason for that is that they have made the NHT so weak in terms of its financial standing that there is no money in the NHT to really do a lot of these developments. The next thing with the same NHT issue, remember them take up NHT money put in a SSL, and I'm not going to stop talk about it. Andrew Holness took up, and I'm saying it because he's the minister in charge, took up NHT's money and put in SSL. Yeah? Andrew Holness did it. Now, the bad decisions that they have done have affected the fees of the financial viability of the NHT. The next thing on the same NHT point, why they are trying to undermine the NHT is that what they have done, they are looking mostly at private treaty. So what they're doing, them have them friends, them wives, them cousins, building major development. And the only thing you can go to the NHT, that's why you think them raise the threshold at the NHT for the poor people in Jamaica. No, let's be real. They raise the threshold so that you could get the private money from NHT and then go to the market to buy, feed them apart.
Absolutely. And each time that they raise the threshold, even the market themselves that those people are in, they move their figure as well. So if they had a house if it was for 12 and you move the threshold to 15, they immediately move the house up to 15. We are aware of those things, head boy. Jeffrey, I have my time with you to 12. I have about 4 minutes left. But I think also, Jeffrey, head boy, listeners, viewers, congratulations is in sync for Dr. Dayton Campbell. Not only the General Secretary of the PNP, not only he has been doing the heavy lifting to move the party itself appreciably ahead. But I'm seeing here, and I sent it to you, Jeffrey, you can play it. But I'll give you the numbers. It says that well, there's this thing that come out under the caption. Andrew JLP call it voting intention. Which party would you vote for if an election were led today, called today? And this is in the constituency of Eastern Westmoreland, now being the standard bearer there for the People's National Party. This General Secretary, Dr. Dayton Campbell. It is saying that 49.2% said they would vote for Dr. Campbell and the PNP. 20.2% said they would vote for Dawes, and 29.4%, I think, in the uncommitted, and there's another 12% there that may said that they won't vote or whatever there. So all in all, and it goes further to say corruption is eating away at the fabric of the constituency, constituency poll, Eastern Westmoreland. Well, let me read that over. It said corruption is eating away at the fabric of the society. Let's stop. Let's stop that now. And it goes on to say some other thing. I sent it to you, Jeffrey.
Okay.
So all in all, the PNP seems to be doing its constituency poll, head boy, and there is one that we're watching. I gather that they can't even find a candidate to go there now. And that is up by my good friend up there in Northeast Manchester. It look like after 32, 33 years, the people decide that, listen, it is Valwin's time now, and they will be ushering him in. I'm getting some communique as we speak, say that he was on a walk yesterday, and people are sending the private message, Jeffrey, to share with you. They're saying that Northeast Manchester is right now seems as if it's all over by the shouting there for Wellington win. Somebody is also saying, Conrad, we would like you to facilitate a discussion with Mr. Wind on the Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares platform.
That would be good.
And,
absolutely.
Yes.
Very good candidate.
Yes, I will do that. So Jeffrey, bear in mind, I will arrange that with Valwind to be a guest in your program soon.
I appreciate it. And thank you very much for coming in, Conrad. I think Headboy, I want to say something to you before you go though.
Right.
Yes, go ahead.
In reaction to these polls, let's be real. You're going to see an orange wave across the country. And let me tell you why. In 2020, Andrew Holness single-handedly lifted up the JLP on his back. Yeah? Andrew Holness now is the Achilles heel of the Jamaica Labour Party. So there's no way he can do it. And the candidates he has had, I told somebody, these 49 seats that the JLP win, it would be to the detriment of them, because you can't do so much work across the country. Sometimes it's when you have a lower seat count, then you have such a vast majority. Yeah? Because everywhere has to get a touch. Everywhere has to get a touch, and you can't touch everywhere at the same time. So, in regards to value, I won't waste my time with Dayton Campbell because I know say D. Lawrence. By the way, the man named Danny Lawrence, but I call him
Waste
D.
your time
Lawrence.
with Dayton Campbell. I don't understand. Waste your time with Dayton Campbell. I don't
No, when
understand
I
why you
say I
guys say
won't
that.
waste my time with it, because I know Dayton has already won. Why am I wasting
Okay.
my time? The people of East Westmoreland just have to go out and vote. Right? What I will look at is Northeast Manchester, which I must commend the people in the Christiana division and the Wallaston division. Yeah? Because what this means for the JLP in Northeast Manchester, and my good friend Audley Shaw, everybody know, if Audley was the leader of the JLP, I've always said it, I would have been in the Jamaica Labour Party, because Audley is somebody who I love and respect. Yeah, Audley have soul and heart. Now, when you look, I said to somebody then in 2011, the moment Audley leaves Northeast Manchester is the moment that seat is going to go back to the PNP. It was only voting for Audley. And I think a lot of people, same like Central Clarendon, they were only voting for Mike Henry. They were same in Northern St. Andrew with Carl Samuda. They were voting for Carl. There's a personality politics in some of the seats in Jamaica that no matter who you put there, once that candidate
Such as what?
Go ahead.
Such as what had emerged down there, a seat that used to be a PNP seat in Centon that had emerged under the late Shaini. And that is why even that seat now is in play with Dr. Simpson, because Shaini is not there anymore. Am I onto something there, head boy?
You're right. And I'm telling you, there are 4 seats that we have to look at closely, and that Shaini Northeast Centon is in play. They didn't win any of the divisions in the local government election, and the reason for it is that the JLP has spent remember now, they had the mayorship for the parish from 2016. The mayor is also the councillor for Ocherios division, which typically would be a PNP division. Yeah. When in the days of Carol Jackson, yeah, and
man.
Parliament before her. They would win. When they would win in Limal, and they would win in Ocherios. The problem would always have been around going back to when you come to White River and turn around there. Yeah.
I know. I forgot the name of that division there.
Exchange division. So Exchange division was always the strongest JLP stronghold. And then they would go into Senans Bay, come out half and half. But Shaini created some garrisons in that place, you know. And we must speak.
Yeah, man, I know.
When we talk about garrisonization, Shaini worked hard in bringing in people from St. Catherine. And that's a statement of fact. So the whole of when you go to where Rio is on the main road, they call down there, why am I forgetting the name? I'm a St. Mary Centon man, you know, so I don't know how I miss the name. But it slipped me now. But most of those communities, they slip between Miami Bay there. Yeah. Yeah. Those people, most of them, they're not from there. They were brought from the hills of Alexandria. They were brought from St. Catherine and given land to build. Yeah. So that's how they strengthened that constituency. But
to buttress the constituency in the favor of in her favor.
But Matthew Samuda cannot get the same votes that Shaini.
And also head boy. I must tell you because I wouldn't say that I know the lay of the land half or even 25% of as you. However, you know, because of what I do, and you know, you always have people sharing information with me and so on. I've spoken to people out there who were of a PNP tradition, And they said that over the years, they have basically voted for Shahini and so on. And her disposition was one that endeared them to her, or endeared them to her, rather. And as a result of that, they voted for her. But they are saying, a number of them are saying that now that Shahini has gone and Matthew is no Shahini and so on, they are going back home and so, and they are also healing Dr. Simpson as a worker, a caring soul, and so on. So that is one seat that I also have on the radar for election night, and will be paying some attention to it.
And by the way, Conrad O'Brien, I hope that election night you'll be right here.
All right, my brother. All right. Some demands are there, but definitely Make We Talk platform is certainly one of those that always have my consideration.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Conrad, and I know you have to go. I'm going to open the phone lines now. I know you have to go. I want to tell you thanks for coming on.
Just before I leave you, Jeffrey, I just want to give you this one paragraph from the article that quoting Professor. I keep on saying Professor and Doctor and also Ambassador Ward, and it says the Jamaican government is being urged to seek a waiver to shield itself from the United States, U.S. recent visa restriction policy, targeting officials from countries that engage Cuban healthcare workers.
Wow.
The article, again, it's on the front page of yesterday's Gleaner. You can either pick it up online or get a hard copy of yesterday's Gleaner. I think it make very, very good reading. It's always a pleasure, Jeffrey, to yourself, your viewers, and indeed, I'm going to say if I can listen while I do something to your callers.
Yes.
And I hope you get a lot of them. Head boy, you need to check me.
Definitely, my brother. Definitely. We need to talk.
All right. Blessings. One love. Cool.
I want to say thanks to Conan O'Brien for coming on. Thank you very much. The number to call is 954-529-8030. 954-529-8030. But head boy, I know you have a lot to say. Go ahead, my friend.
Jeffrey,
yes.
Conrad has put the icing on the cake. So the JLP, what the JLP is trying to do is to claw back their way to popularity. They believe that because they're going to hold on for dear life. Let's be real. They're going to, anybody who's expecting an election before August, tell them I say they're crazy. Yeah? There will be no election before August. None. Because of how our budget works. When they do the budget this year, which is going to be the next week or two from now, or next week actually, when they do the budget, it is going to take a while for the funds to be accessed. Yeah?
True.
In most instances, those funds don't come out. And I think Ralston had said it on with our good friend Colin Bell program and Portland Spice, that it's going to take them about a month or two before they can fully access some of the funds. Yeah? So why would the JLP call an election without having the ability to spend? They will not do that. So we know in places, some of those seats, Northeast Manchester, Northeast St. Ann, Central Clarendon, I'll tell people to watch out for what will happen in Central Clarendon because they have cut a deal. And, it is very disrespectful what they have done to the people of Central Clarendon. Because
not only to the people, but to Mike Henry?
Well, Mike, it is very disrespectful. And I am going to watch that seat carefully because I saw they put out in the media that nobody applied for the seat.
That's a lie.
That is why they are hell-bent on keeping Joel Williams as the mayor. Because if Joel was to go leave and run, right, he would not be fighting over mayorship. That is why they're hell-bent on holding the mayorship. And I'm saying that the PNP in this regard said they would discontinue the action until next year. They need to push, because if they push hard enough, right, there will be some serious war in Central Clarendon. When I say war, please, people, let me say, meaning internal political wars amongst the JLP, meaning they will be having their disturbances. So the truth be told is that seat, Central Clarendon, is not a JLP seat. It is not. It is not a JLP seat. It is a seat that has voted for Mike Henry. The same thing will happen in the seat that Christopher Henry is running in.
Yes.
Because it is not a JLP seat as people make it out to be. Because you have 3 divisions there. Yeah? You have the Norbrook division. You have the Whitehall division. Yeah? I think I'm mistaken. Whitehall, Norbrook. And
it's 3 divisions too.
No, Whitehall, Norbrook. It's supposed to be 3. Norbrook is by itself, you know. Yeah? Then you have the Whitehall, which is where Lee Clark, the former deputy mayor, has, and Susan. It's three divisions. Yeah? I forget which division Susan has. I know Susan. You know, I was a junior councillor, so I know. As I tell you, I have my friends in the JLP. Susan had supported Audley. So there's 3 divisions there, but the Norbrook division is the stronger PNP division. Yeah. And so it's gonna be interesting to see if the people don't get Delano Seabright, how they will respond. Yeah. We have also a challenge
because Delano Seabright want to go to Samuda seat.
Yes, he's Samuda's favorite for the seat. Samuda has supported him because he was there with Samuda in the trenches. That's where he lives. He lives in that constituency, and he lives in the constituency. So whenever it was election time, he would always campaign with Samuda. Samuda never see Tam Tavares' son Christian coming out there from campaign with him. Right? So, and I mean, no relation to you, I'm guessing, but the
for those who are just joining us, this is the Make We Talk program. You have some labor rights in the chat room. See the number they're calling to the program now, man.
Tell them to come face us, man. Don't be hiding behind words.
Today's a holiday in Jamaica. I want to share up the live. Everybody come on the live. Share the live to the Labour Party people. Them. They come on and talk to us. 954-529-8030. It's also a WhatsApp number. 954-529-8030. All labor rights call in. Go ahead, head boy.
But forgive me. Let me catch back my train of thought. Now the same is going to happen in Northwest because you're calling labor rights to come call me. I deal with them, you know, all of them.
Yes.
So let them come. I want, please, Marlon. I know you're a good Anglican, so you might have ended church already. Call into man. Yeah?
Yes. I would love to hear from. Hold on here. A pleasant good morning. Welcome to the Make We Talk program. Good afternoon. You're live. Where are you calling from?
Good afternoon, Jeffrey. How are you?
I am good. I'm good. How are you doing? Where are you calling from?
Me good, you know. Me the good. Ed boy, walk one. Me take care of his
A long time I don't hear you, Lord. Oh.
Interesting program this morning.
East Kingston, what's going on with you?
Me do look and live, you know, brother. Me tired. Me tell you, always say me tired. Me just go and look and live and I wait for that day.
So your views on what is going on in the land of food and water? No water.
Jeffrey.
Yes.
We don't have the land. They sell out the wood and we still not have no water.
Rotted.
I leave it there. Have a nice day.
All right.
Good to hear you.
Thanks. The numbers to call is 954-529-8030. It's also a WhatsApp number. 954. Go ahead, head boy.
There's somebody in your chat I want to pay recognition to. If you look, Fitzroy Phillips, I think he's from Grenada. So I want to shout out to him. Yes, Fitzroy Phillips is from Grenada, and he says he's watching from Grenada.
Fitzroy Phillips, if you have a WhatsApp number, call this number WhatsApp. Let's tell you let's hear what is going on in Grenada. Mr. Phillips from Grenada. That's the WhatsApp number there, 954-529-8030. Want to hear from what is going on in our sister island, Grenada?
Absolutely. And Grenada has a wonderful prime minister in young Deacon Mitchell. Transformative young man. A prime minister I've met myself. Very humble, Jeffrey. You will never believe that this gentleman is a prime minister.
Yes.
Very humble.
One more. Good morning. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Mecca Talk program. You're live. Where are you calling from?
Calling from Cayman Island.
Oh, how is Madam home doing? I want to say good morning or good afternoon to Dr. Steve Tomlinson, Dr. Ebanks. Good afternoon to the Member of Parliament, Sir Joey Hugh, Member of Parliament, former Premier Makiva Bush. Yes, go ahead, caller.
Yeah, actually, it's a holiday here, and we are having agricultural show in Baden Town. So it's very good so far. But as I was saying last night to Andrew, Edboy, good afternoon to you too, right? I was saying, I was looking at the poll. I think I said this to Jeffrey. We used to the PNP drop from 39 to 35, and those points go to the undecided. I was saying to myself, there's no panic that should be done in that case. Yes, we do understand. And as I said, that new media, as in social media, is right now the norm in which the PNP should attack with a flurry. One of the reasons why I said this is that when you have 3.9% goes back to the undecided, those persons who go to the undecided, somewhere in their mindset, they are committed to the PNP. It's just that the messages maybe need to come across differently, put more power, or more, they need to see a broad base of that. When you realize the JLP did not get any of those points that would pass over, this is going to say that PNP is tapping into the undecided, and the messages just need to come out some more proper or more effective. So I don't think there's any panic for most of the persons. And what Mark Golden said overseas, I think is right, because a lot of persons normally would get complacent and say, okay, PNP are going already, me not forgot to vote. That's the mentality of Jamaicans in general. So you have to work hard, play hard to get the success that you deserve.
Thank you very much.
What do you say, Ed Boy? Yeah, thanks.
Thanks much.
Okay, thank you very much, brother.
The number to call is 954-529-8030. It's also a WhatsApp number. 954-529-8030. Call into the program and talk to us. Some labor rights is Ash Wednesday, you know. We're not gonna work on all over social media. Call this program and talk to us about the good work we're doing. I call it doing some good work. Prosperity time. Labour Party moving on to victory according to Uno. Call in the program, man. 954-529-8030. Senator Morgan, call the program. 954-529-8030. Head boy, you saying something?
You know, there's the one thing I can say about the two Morgans, one in the lower house and one in the upper house, is they have a last name that reflects the sort of government they are part of. And an Henry Morgan government.
Indeed. A pleasant good afternoon. Welcome to the Mecca Talk program. You're live. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from New York. Good afternoon to you, Sir Jeffrey Boy.
Yes, ma'am.
I am calling to follow up on my request for the enumeration drive. Number one, that's priority. We got to get our people ready to go and vote so we can save.
What I will do, I'll talk to you off air about that.
All right. Number two, I want all people to stop talking about whether them green or them yellow. Let us be Jamaicans first. Let us save Jamaica. Let us get the best person for the job. In this case, the person is Mark Golding. Stop thinking one way. You have to go and vote for one person. This person happened to be on the PNP side. This is not a PNP or a JLP thing. It's the person in this case. Jamaica is at a crossroad where Jamaica is going to die and people are going to suffer. It is going to be worse than slavery. And you have to pick the best person to save you. If you are drowning, and somebody come and save you, you're going to ask them whether them PNP or JLP are you going to be saved?
Same way, sir.
Right? So let us go and vote for the best person to rescue us. And that person happens to be Mark Golden. You have to become a Jamaican first in order to survive, not just for yourself, but for your children and your children, and all of the younger generation coming behind us. Stop this foolishness. And you have to be stupid. You have to be retarded to look at the condition of Jamaica and say to yourself, the person who is in charge of Jamaica now is failing the Jamaican people.
Yes,
He's creating unnecessary misery.
Yes.
This is wickedness.
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
a choice.
I'm a next call coming in, my dear. Thanks for calling in.
Okay, take care.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Mecca Talk program. You're live. Where you calling from?
Jeffrey, me calling from Maine.
Yes.
Way up on the North Coast. Good afternoon. How are you doing, sir?
I am good. Go ahead, man. I have some hope calls coming in, so make it snappy. Go ahead.
Why is this government asking the opposition to apologize? Apologize for what? Where's the lie? Where's the lie that Mark Golden did he tell a lie on the podium in Connecticut on Saturday? No, we did not. This administration is full of corruption.
Yes.
Right? This administration is the media has been bought by this administration. I hear the Press Association of Jamaica president come out yesterday talk about it's all like they have been bought. Nationwide has been bought out by this administration. They've all been bought out by this administration to spew the JLP narrative. That's what they've done. Right? Why is Labour at about apologize?
Someone want to talk. Hold on a minute for caller. Go ahead, head boy.
Members of this administration have previously been shareholders in Nationwide. Tell them to come take me to court. Members of this administration were previous shareholders in Nationwide.
Who is Desmond McKenzie to come out and take about to apologize? Apologize for what? What did Damien say that was wrong? What did Damien say? That is what happens when you have a pocket picker turned politician. Desmond McKenzie is a past pocket picker.
Oh, you know what I mean? Hi, hold on there for me, sir.
I said pocket picker. What is a pocket picker? I said pocket picker. What is wrong with them? People are free to express themselves or express their opinion. Why do they bully people? Why they don't want freedom of speech in this country? I can't tell them this. Anytime them call it, I buy my ticket. I will have to get rid of them.
Okay, sir.
Have to get rid of them. They have to go into the back of this administration.
And the people of South St. Elizabeth should do the same. Southeast St. Elizabeth.
See the back of these people, man. They are cruel. They are cruel. People are suffer. Jamaican them and them friend live big, right? And I'm not going to blame them. I'm not going to entirely blame politicians because we, the people of Jamaica, sit down, right, and allow these things to happen. Make police kill one down out of the road so then demonstrate.
Thank you. I've been saying it and people say, nah, Jeff.
Make police kill a down out of the road now when you see them black road.
Yes. I've been saying it in a call. Because
our priorities as a nation is twisted.
Indeed, my friend.
And we need to educate our people. Our priorities are twisted. Look at what is going on in the country. Conrad Regional overrun. Right? What the past education minister name?
Which one of them?
Royal Reid, corruption. Andrew Wheatley, corruption. Montague, corruption. Delroy Chuck, corruption. Andrew Wellness, illicit enrichment. 7 more no name. Then change the IC director so he can facilitate film business. Then renew Paul and Llewellyn contract so then she can facilitate film business. Why don't the country see these things?
And you know something to call her? as you said, you rightly said a while ago, we have to blame the Jamaican people, you know, because they're the one who sit down and accept this damn nonsense to go on in this country. And when they blame one person, this country.
I am going to make a controversial statement.
You know,
Jamaica, I'm going to make a very controversial statement. Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad, Antigua, Bermuda, all the Caribbean countries. Jamaicans are the dumbest set of people in the entire Caribbean. That's why they can do that to us.
I wouldn't say that, sir. Come on. That's you're degrading your own people, sir. Come on.
But when you look at it, Jeffrey, when you look at what they are doing to the country, you think these things are happening in Barbados? And Barbados just sit down and accept it like that?
Because and you may be correct, you know, because I'll tell you something, you know. You know why other people within the Caribbean don't really take certain things too? It's because they're not die-hearted a member of Mayor Motley's party or a die-hearted member of Comrade Ralph's party. Jamaicans, me mama born a PNP, so me a PNP or Labour, right? And me be dead if you cut me, you see me blood. Me I don't think me very dog. Those are
Let me tell you something.
Yes.
Let me tell you something, Jeffrey. Jamaica's demise started in 1980. The problem in Jamaica started as far back as 1980. Let us look at the parish council. When Edward Segar came into government in 1980, he removed the public works department and started road construction to befriend them. And they start pad bill. So the road value 10 million, then put you at 30 million, 20 grand in them pocket. And that's a Jamaica deterioration start. Because if every parish had a public works department like when they have it in the 70s, we would have these roads, these park program where they go on with them a fat them friend pocket.
Yes. I have my next call coming in, caller. Thanks for calling in.
Absolutely. All right, Jeffrey.
Thank you.
Good point, brother.
Good afternoon, caller. Welcome to Make a Talk program. You're live.
Good morning, brother Jeffrey and Head Boy. I'm listening you from Jamaica, man. In the south, you're doing a wonderful job, man. And a hot Wednesday, this name. I know Ash Wednesday, a hot Wednesday. Keep it hot, same way. Put it in at the melting pot, and all of you people. Congrats for what you're doing, man. Keep up the good work.
All right, sir. Thanks for calling in.
Blessed, my brother. Blessed. Thank you.
All right. I feel good when you have elders calling and you know pushing us to continue, Head Boy.
Yes, it's very encouraging. Very encouraging.
The number to call in is 95. Good afternoon, welcome to the Make a Talk program. You're live. Go ahead. Where are you calling from?
Yeah, man, I call from Long Island, New York.
Yes, sir.
Well, go on. Big up yourself, Ed Boy.
Big up, brother.
Very, very interesting program, you know, all the sentiments and Mr. O'Brien did ruffle some feathers as a city chat, and he did give a lot of enlightenment. You know, there's something that you know, when I listen to all of this and I reflect, you know, that the youths in Jamaica now have come to accept or broken infrastructure as norm. I say that to say this. For example, our hospitals, those of us grew up in my time, the 80s, because I'm a 70s guy, right?
Yeah.
We grew up knowing that hospitals had pharmacies, you know, the dentistry, there was toiletries, there was everything in the hospital. There were ambulances and stuff. As it is today, these youths not knowing that was how it was, are of the opinion that them they broke down long time, and they were like that all this time. You know, so it kind of drive them to think that it is okay and it not going to change, and no matter what we do, you know, it we just a chat because they don't know. And I think that, you know, the more that we educate people and bring these things to the fore, because when I hear them talk about how much money they spend in Montego Bay and that building that can't be done, just look at this. The House Speaker, Mrs. Holness, she's building a building from scratch, a luxurious building from scratch for $800 million. and then you are refurbishing something that you're not building from scratch. For 800 and for what? How much billion? 20. It started at 2, ended up at 21. I know they want what? 5 more?
5 more. 27 now they're asking for.
All right. And it can't done. And I am sure that when it is supposedly done, it's still going to lack some amenities. No, we have to keep bringing these things to the fore. It's not just the 28 accounts where Mr. Holness have. It's not only that he brought the IC to court. There is way more than that people are not addressing. And I think we can't even keep up with the nonsense happening by this JLP. Every week is something else. Because the land business with the indigent houses, that nobody not talk about that this week. That was on the lips last week. Is now Portmore. And after this Portmore, what is going to be next week? Can we even keep abreast with all this corruption leading into the election? Yeah.
And not only that, sir, the Jamaican people are very quiet. None of them is coming out to speak about the level of corruption. 3 trillion unaccountable for.
Yeah.
$2 billion of taxpayers' money from NHT, NIS, and the Banana Board gone down the drain.
And nobody talks.
The Prime Minister who's in charge of NHT says nothing about it. And when you come on this platform to speak, you have some Jamaicans who are die-hearted Labour Party members not seeing what we're trying to say to them. They can do us as members of the PNP. This country is in serious crisis.
Listen, it is beyond crisis, Jeffrey. It is beyond crisis.
Yes, I'm hearing you, man. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, Jeffrey.
Yeah, man. Thank you for calling in. Thank you. For those who are watching us from around the world on the Eastern Caribbean, and you care to keep this program going, you can either hit the super chat or you can sell us your donation. Not begging anybody anything, but I'm just saying. Head boy.
Yes,
Head boy.
Jeffrey.
Hold on,
Yes,
there. Next call coming in. Good night. Oh Lord, good night. What's going on here? What happened here a while ago? I was trying to hang up the phone and hang up the wrong person. Let me call back this person here. The numbers are 954-529-8030. 954-529-8030. This is the Make We Talk program. Okay, this person don't want to talk. $3 trillion unaccountable for. Then if it's not missing, if the $3 trillion is not missing, why can't they tell the Jamaican people the $3 trillion disappear to?
Jeffrey, these guys think people they think that the ordinary Jamaicans were like some of them card pushers and pocket pickers that don't have any understanding of basic numbers. The fact is the $3 trillion is unaccounted for. Now it is unaccounted for because you can't verify the right.
One moment. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Make We Talk program. You're live. Where are you calling from, please? Hello.
Jamaica. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Where are you calling from, please?
Jamaica.
Okay, ma'am. Go ahead.
Good afternoon to you and Ed Boy.
Good afternoon.
Jeffrey, these people, they don't care about what's going on in this country. Because man and my girlfriend are telling me this morning, say this man call him. And don't tell him, say, if you think Mark Golding go win, Andrew are the best man for it. Best man for the job. I bet the country ever been. Fan him know himself. And PNP can't go back there, so PNP can't go back there. I mean, say, what? He say after 28 bank account, I lie then they tell, no, 28 bank account. Bushman can't have 28 bank account. So these DLP supporters, They don't care, are these Jamaica, let me use Jamaica. They don't care what's going on in this country. Yeah. They don't business about corruption and a big man, in a church, That's why me just say, everybody's quiet. The churches have umbrella of groupies who say them read the word of God and know the word of God and God teach you about these things. And you silent about all of these, what's going on in the country. Look on Conrad Regional Hospital. We no go over there, you can't get through. People lie down over there on card, but people can't get through over there. And people look to all these things that are happening in the country. They prefer green, orange. They don't believe say that change one thing in the country, the economic, everything.
It's same way, caller. There's this person in the chat room named Kiss by a Rose that is saying the Auditor General has already classified that the money not missing. Then tell me something now. If the money is not missing, all right, or unaccountable for, why is it that the government of Jamaica cannot come out and tell the Jamaican people where the money is then?
And Jeffrey, let us note. Let us note that two major
They are lying.
Hold on, ma'am. Head boy, go ahead.
Two major ministries where the funds are unaccounted for, which is it's the bulk, is Ministry of Education and Ministry of Health.
And Office of the Prime Minister.
And OPM, which by the way should tell you, and that is where most of the corruption. We had Royal Reed, we have the Cornwall regional issue, and we had some other corruptions in the Office of the Prime Minister relating to varying projects. So we can understand why the money is unaccounted for. Nobody's a fool. Go ahead, let the caller go ahead.
Go ahead, caller.
They are lying and then cover up things and then not talking the truth. Labor right from me, I grew up with me and my parents, them always say labor right is all. They lie. They tell us if you run, you better sit down. Because they try to tell her a lie be. What lie be are trying to say to Mark Golding to apologize. Lie be could I really get up and come on and nature why they say that. Me know so Libby never went to full for a long time. Libby, I went labor right already. Have labor right blood same night. So Libby ain't go talk facts and truth. Because all what's going on, none of them now get up and talk what's going on. And the wickedness what happening in the country. None of them now get up and come and speak out. Speak out about what's going on in the country. But then they tell Mark Golding now, so if you go apologize. Why they not tell Andrew only if you come out and talk all of what's going on and all over upon news and all these things and people they talk about it and what's happening in the country. So tell me, sir, everybody get up they tell lie for Andrew only, so and he said quiet, knowing Andrew only, or in love to quarrel and talk, or in no come out in silent with everything what they talk about what's going on in the country, or in silent and not saying anything. If nothing no go like that, and come out with a proof, say nothing like that no go on. I want me tell you, these Jamaica, if they don't wake up and realize and see, so we're back against the wall, then go feel worse than what they feel right now. Because me going to supermarkets Sunday when me coming from church, and the two little items for me take up and buy. It come up to 5,000 mash.
Hold on for me now, darling. Hold on for me now. If you don't mind telling us the two local items you pick up. Tell me the two items you pick up.
I pick up 2 cream crackers, 2 tough crackers.
Hold on, no, darling. Take your time. Remember, say me young, you know. Me not old like you. Me young.
Okay.
The 2 cream crackers is how much for them?
2 cream crackers.
You remember?
Believe me not remember how much for it right now.
You
but then me just take them up.
You pick up 2 cream crackers, 2 tough crackers.
2 tough crackers. Yes. And 1 small bottle of vinegar. 1 cereal. 1 vanilla lasco. And 2 bun. 2 choppy drinks, 2 drinks, and two other juice again, or 2 fruit juice, and me take up one macaroni, one mixed macaroni, and I have to put back the cereal because the woman said $5,600 and something dollar. I mean, never take up the sweet potato yet. Because I want 2 pound of sweet potato. Me have to take off the cereal. Even when you take off the cereal and put on the potato pan it, I $5,200. Me have to call when they call me church, but I also have to carry the $100 can't give me. Cause 5,100 may have, and the gentleman look cash behind me.
And you no pick up no ghetto ox deal. You no pick up no chicken.
No,
you no
no meat.
You no pick up no dirty girl.
No meat kind. I tell you watch and pick up. Not even no soup, no toothpaste, nothing like that. Me not take up no toilet tissue, nothing at all. I just them they want me tell you what me take up.
My God.
And he saw and the gentleman we say, all right, he will give the $100. That's to show you all the play and people are living against me. You see turkey neck are $400 a pound for turkey neck.
You mean
$400 a pound for turkey neck?
So if ghetto ox tail versus turkey neck is $200 a pound, how much for the actual ox tail?
I don't know because me not really buy. I go like holiday time. Maybe feel to eat that. We will buy it. The last time we went buy it, the ox tail I went was $1,500.
Okay, head boy saying something to you. Go ahead, head boy.
No. Go ahead. The caller could go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay, go ahead. Yes, caller. Someone in the chat room is saying that oxtail, the actual oxtail is $1,500 a pound.
Mighty God.
Wow.
So me I tell him,
So let me ask a question, caller. Hold on for me, caller. Let me ask a question here now. Is it that people love their party over this country? That they come on social media here and all they can talk about is their party? That they're talking about this country that's in serious trouble?
No, then don't business. Fan then they get 10,000. Then I get $10,000 and $5,000. I hear it when I have election time, so they don't care. And them same one come back, when the money done and then look on them at you. When they got your little work, they feel little, get a little dollar, then come they beg you. When you don't give them, then they disrespect you. And then I go to them minister, them what they put in that power. Figure them it. Nobody don't
situation. What a war.
Nobody no business what they happening in this country. The country could have they drop them fan in the buy one lily KFC or Burger King. And then do their little eyelash and their nails and their hairstyle. They don't business what they're going on. Some of them not the business then they work. So they don't care. They don't care.
My God. All right, caller. Thanks for calling in.
Thank you too. Keep up your good work, yeah, Ed boy.
Yes, man, and
you're doing a good job.
And continue sharing the Make We Talk program far and wide.
Yeah, I will. I always listen to you, but first calling. Yes. First calling you, because I see this thing they get out and we have to come out with your voice to make my voice hear.
Okay. All right, thanks for calling. Yes. Head boy.
Yeah, God bless you, brother.
I want to, before you take another call, Before you take a... Go ahead. Take the call.
Where the hell is this car coming in from? Hold on. Good afternoon. Welcome to our program. You're live.
Oh, you people so orange, man.
Yes, Labour right. How you go green?
Yeah, man, me green like me green.
No, me ask you a question now, Labour right. Hold on, man. Me ask you this question. Ask this question.
Ask my question first.
Are you anyway better off now
than you were in 20?
Yeah, man.
In 20?
Much better, man.
In what way?
Oh, in what way?
Me have a job. My house. Me have a job. Me have a house.
So hold on here now.
Me can take care of my family.
Right, hold on here now. Your other black brothers and sisters in your country, Jamaica, are they all right? Do they have a house and a job? Can they afford
Every
a
man have to
dirty
work.
girl?
Every man have to work for them on. And PJ Party said that for 18.5 years.
No, me asking you a question. Me not go back where PJ in there. We're talking about now. This present moment in this country. Me not go back because I'm make something clear to you. You don't want to dub this program as a labor right PNP program for no business. I know where I stand. And I stand for this country. I know. Hold on for me. What? Where come for ask?
Where the Prime Minister thief when you get up every day and say thief when thief.
You hear me saying thief anything?
Let me know.
No, me hear
hold on, boy. You heard me saying this program he thief anything?
No, me
I'm asking you
a lot of people.
Did you hear me saying thief anything?
No, but if him thief something, but
no. You come and call. You're accusing me something, and I'm asking a question. Did you hear me say the Prime Minister thief anything?
No, but when you call them, call and say thief.
No, I'm asking you this question. Did you hear me saying thief anything?
I can't recall you say that, but your callers, they need to tell them and ask them
the callers are entitled to their own opinion, sir.
No.
If they feel, what should I do?
Jeffrey, 1 second.
No, but tell them, ask them and thief. Come on, no him thief.
Hold on, go ahead, boy.
Can you hear me? Let me respond to you. The Prime Minister of Jamaica has been under investigation from the Integrity Commission since 2019. They couldn't certify his statutory declarations. In 2020, they barely certified him for the year 2019.
Did he go before the court and did they find him guilty?
Hold
on. We saw a report that is called the Integrity Commission's report, referencing to the Prime Minister. The entire Jamaica saw the report. The Prime Minister
didn't see it.
28 bank accounts. One. The Prime Minister moving.
But what's wrong with that? Me have about 10 bank accounts.
Sir, allow us to speak to you, know?
We're having a discussion. And I'm saying to you, those 28 bank accounts, between the 28 bank accounts, over $400 and something million was moved.
How much money in the bank account?
Well, I know. The Prime Minister,
bank account. How much money in there?
400 and something odd million was moved between the 28 bank accounts. The Prime Minister is not the Prime Minister himself is a career politician. Andrew Holness has never done
Is his wife a developer? Is his wife a developer?
I am saying to you, he has never done any.
Let me ask if your wife is a developer.
A developer of what?
Like building, the real estate and so
Hold on boy.
Him and the wife don't have an account. If you are married, you will have joint.
You don't know that. Oh, you know that. I'm married and my wife have an account. You don't know that.
Commission, sir. This is the problem that labor rights in Jamaica have. You all need to go learn to read and read facts.
Oh yeah?
And
me not read because me work my ass off for me want to achieve my goal.
Oh, so you don't have to read.
Me have everything.
You don't have to read.
I'm in a happy.
Hold on here. You saying you don't have to read.
Me not have to go through. But you know, Miss Wellness and Mr. Wellness more intelligent than everyone on this program. I'll call. And some people need
to understand the facts. And this is why
sorry, head boy. Good afternoon, head.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Jeffrey.
Before I go any further, hold on, caller. Since Mr. Holness and Mrs. Holness is more educated than all of us on this program, you gotta learn to read. Because we asked that question, he said you don't have to read anything. Go and learn to read and let your wife teach you how to read the Integrity Commission report. Go ahead for me, caller.
Yeah. Mr. Jeffrey, we don't have the man of my program, man. We don't know everybody have a speech, you know. This man I talk bullshit for the thing, my boss.
All right, my friend.
Yeah, you see that, man. Take him off my program, man. Yeah.
Cool. Good afternoon. Welcome to our program. You're live. Oh, Lord. Head boy, go ahead. Oh, hold on. Good afternoon. Welcome to our program. You're live.
This is the... Go ahead. Let it go.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Jeffrey. It's Stacey. I'm calling from England.
Yes, my dear.
Yeah, I was just I'm listening to your program. That man that just called a while ago and just irritate me. All these JLP would love to talk about all the anti-owners that do good. Anti-owners not for Jamaica. Yeah? Them come and talk one bag of bullshit. Them dumps and illiterate and full of drunk. Listen to them and talk about anti-owners is a thief.
All right.
He's a dark shit and he's a thief.
Hi, hold on, darling. Sweetheart, hold on a minute there. Regardless of what, we have to respect the office of the Prime Minister. We may not like the person who acted.
I respect the office, but I don't respect him.
Hold on, sweetheart, hold on. Let me explain something to you. We may not respect the person who's in the office, but the office of the Prime Minister belongs to every single Jamaican. Every single one of us. All right? So, I would not, just be careful how you talk about drunk, one dog and something, We have to respect the office. Regardless of what. You understand what I mean?
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I respect the office, but I don't respect him because he have no respect and no regards to people.
Mm-hmm.
And from ever since in my life, Mr. Jeffrey, I've never voted because I left Jamaica when me a pickney. So I don't want to voting.
Yes.
But when we see a Jamaica, I go to Jamaica, I would never see me come back to Jamaica and come invest in a Jamaica, number one. Second of all, if me I go vote to Jamaica, me I vote out Andrew Onis because he can't get a next chance again.
Yes.
It's too much wickedness that is going on in the country. I have my kids them up here and I fear to bring my kids them to Jamaica because of what I see down there.
Yes, ma'am. All right, darling, have a next call coming in. Thanks for calling in.
Okay.
A pleasant good afternoon. Welcome to our program. You're live. Hello? Oh, Lord. Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome to our program. You're live. Where are you calling from, please?
Oh, I'm calling from Philadelphia.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Mr. Tavares. This is what I have to say. The man that come on a while ago, you should just hang your phone up on him. Second to begin, I was in Jamaica in December of last year. I came back January of this year. And I bought 3 pounds of tomato, 2 dozen banana, 1 pound lettuce, 2 pounds scallion, 2 pounds sweet pepper, and 2 pound yam. And I paid 16,000 Jamaican dollars.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's rough down.
How much you pay? 16,000 Jamaican dollars?
16,000 Jamaican dollars just for vegetable.
Lord of His mercy.
And it's exactly what I told you.
Yes, ma'am.
These people, these green people, they pull it down. So they don't see what's going on in the country. It's like they don't care. Sometimes I don't bother with them. When them come on, just hang up your phone.
Yes, ma'am. Hold on.
No matter what you talk, them still don't understand.
Hold on for me, please. The number to call is 954-529-8030. It's the Make We Talk program. For those who wishes to contribute to the program, you can do it via Zelle or Cash App, or you can hit the super chat. All right? Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
But it's one thing I go and say and come off this phone. If them ever make this man get a third tier, may God have mercy upon us all. Even though I'm living overseas, I'm feeling the pressure too because I got family in Jamaica.
Indeed.
Yep. Indeed. Okay, Mr. Jeffrey, take care of yourself. God bless.
God bless you too. 954-529-8030. Cayman was calling. Me call back the Cayman Islands. 954-529-8030. Good afternoon, the Cayman Islands. Welcome to the program. You're calling?
Yes, Mr. Tavares. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, first of all, thanks for hosting the program and taking the time out to do that. And thanks to Head Boy for who is available to share his opinion. But that gentleman that just called, I glad he called because he tend to make people assumption of the JLP be much clearer. Because what he have said, which is significant, is that they do not read. And even Vegas, I heard him on a program one time talking about the same report, and then I shot a picture and sent it for him to see the details, just the first 12 page of the report. So not even and what Pantan said in Parliament when he said, guess what? It's pretty clear that these lawmakers do not read. And from the head, from the Prime Minister down to the lowest person in the JLP party, they do not read. I don't even read the birth certificate or the driver's license. If you call them and ask them to tell you what is on the driver's license, they can't tell you. They do not read. So I see where the issue, what the issue is with them now. That's the main issue.
All right.
And there's nothing we can do to get around that. Because listen, it's so obvious. The man is a thief. And you guys talking about honorable and respect the Prime Minister. Brother, that man is not a Prime Minister. Which Prime Minister will uphold the negative vibration that man is upholding? As a Prime Minister,
yes, sir,
would you be in a position to be under accusation then, according to them? For so much stuff, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, over at least 9. And you can clear up not even one, and evidence is there pointing you to every single one. Jeffrey, you have a son, 18-year-old, building an apartment. Where do you get money from? You have a wife, have a $800 million development. Where do you get it from?
All right, sir. Thanks for calling. Have a next call coming in. Thank you. A pleasant good afternoon. Welcome to our program. You're live.
Good afternoon.
Hold on for me. Oh, Lord. So much call coming in. Hold on for me, sir. I'm not even where the call coming from. Whoa. Hold on for me, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I've been listening and learning. I have one question that I'd want Edward to answer for me. We're going into a new election cycle. Are we gonna go on a new election cycle without Jamaicans and Jamaican people in the diaspora and there in Jamaica not knowing who the illicit 6 or the illicit 8 is?
I think so, because at the end of the day, we can't even get the report of the SSL. And the Jamaican people sit down and all they can talk about is who is more educated than Andrew and Juliet, and the same person who said that can't, he said him not read.
Wow.
Him not read.
It's crazy. NHT was for, I would say, the average person, doing their contribution, hoping that they can get an house through the system and so forth. I know over the years, Bernal Lodge, those land over there used to be farming land and all of that stuff. I see Andrew came out with some developers showing some housing that they put up on that section over there.
I have the video right here too, sir.
The question that I'm asking though,
yes,
I remember back in the days, Michael Manley speak about we have to eat what we plant, right?
Yes.
Jamaica import so much goods from overseas, carrots, you name it. And the more I listen to these people, I don't see where in the administration has no plans for agriculture or anything like that, given everything that is going on worldwide. But yet still, my Jamaican brothers and sisters, is so blinded by the green, because that's what they speak about, the green. But they're not concerned about another 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, in terms of what this administration is doing.
No Jamaicans think about the future of this country, sir. What they think about is their party. They vote for their party. They don't vote for Jamaica, sir. And that is why this country is going down a slippery path and a slippery slope. Jamaica is knocking behind Haiti's back door, whether we believe it, yes or no. They keep on saying crime is down, and I don't believe that. They keep on saying unemployment is down, and I don't believe that. Because there's no way you can put a man in the workforce who is wiping car glass.
Jeffrey, my son went to university, and at the end of his 4 years, he can't get a job in the field that, you know what I mean, he got his degree in. And then you talk about the average man that is not so well versed. So I totally understand when these people come and they talk and they spew these lies. You know what I'm saying? But not until the average Jamaicans read. We have a proper news media that can put the proper information out there. So if verbally you can't hear it, and you're not going to read about it, the information is at your fingertips. I think one of the things that is helping us now, especially people that is over here in the diaspora, is people like you, Ratigan, and those other guys who in the diaspora that is doing the research and informing the average Jamaicans that is here and in the diaspora of exactly what is going on in Jamaica. Because the news don't inform Jamaicans of issues. The others news media and news outlet don't inform Jamaicans of what is going on.
And if we do a survey right now, from below Crossroad, come all the way up, and the survey is how many Jamaicans read the newspaper, how many Jamaicans listen to the news, you'll be appalling to see how much of them do it.
Those are back in the days. Sometimes when you end up with a spot to buy a cleaner, okay, cleaner is sold out. The Star is sold out. Those are back in the days, 30.
Our nation is in crisis, sir. Thanks for calling.
It is. Okay, thank you. I'll listen to you guys.
Yeah, man. Thanks much. The number to call is 954-529. Those who are calling can call back. 954-529-8030. Head boy, you're back. 954-529-8030. That's the number to call into the program. Our nation is in. Ay, ay, ay. What a whole situation this country of ours. 954-529-8030. That's the numbers to call into the program. Amazes me in what is going on in this country. Amazes me, really amazes me. Really amazes me. 954-529-8030. For those in the chat room, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to you. It's now 3 minutes after 1 o'clock. You can hit the super chat. Hit the super chat. Thank you all for coming in. Thank you all for coming in. Thank you all for your like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Mecca Talk program. You're live. Where are you calling from?
Good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
This is my first time on your program.
Thanks.
What is your program all about?
Are you a Jamaican?
Yes, I am.
Well, I'm speaking about what is going on in our country, ma'am.
I'm calling from abroad. I'm calling from Connecticut. Right, and I listen to the news every day, and I hear, the crime, and the crime rate is dropped dramatically, and I see how the government, the Prime Minister and the government and the people of Jamaica are working hard to make Jamaica.
The people of Jamaica? Which people of Jamaica?
The government is the people.
Oh.
So everybody is not hands on deck and trying to make Jamaica a prosperous place.
Oh, okay.
The government, the government in Parliament is just a part of the people. The mass of.
Hello. Hold on for me,
sir.
ma'am. So you're calling this program to say what now, ma'am? That I'm spreading propaganda in Jamaica?
I didn't say that.
So okay. What is the reason why you call the program?
As I said, it's the first time I'm calling your program.
Yes.
So if I'm saying something wrong, I want you to walk me through the steps of your program and what it entails.
Okay.
What is the platform you're speaking on?
The platform I'm speaking on the issues. Go ahead, head boy.
1 second, madam. You're saying you're calling for the very first time. If you would have
Yes.
watched the platform, you would have known what the platform entails. There's two things it entails. One, Mr. Tavares is connecting the diaspora with Jamaica. Two, it is to bring attention to issues within Jamaica. It doesn't matter which administration. Yes?
Right.
So,
right.
So that is really the purpose, to bring attention to issues and to connect the diaspora and the wider diaspora, whether in the US, UK, Canada, or the Eastern Caribbean, to have a sense of what is happening in Jamaica. The views here are the views of persons that sometimes live in Jamaica, sometimes are out of Jamaica, but interact with Jamaicans on a daily basis.
Yes, and I'm giving you my views. I'm not saying anything wrong. Because if the government or the people of Jamaica, say for instance, build a school, the school have infrastructure, it have toilet, it have basin, it have walls, it have stuff. And if Jamaicans don't have civil pride to take care of what they have in the country and keep saying, the government not doing this, the government not doing that.
Let me ask you a question, my dear. Let me ask you a question. Well, last have you been to Jamaica?
Every year.
Every year go to Jamaica? Okay. Are you aware of the health sector in our country?
Yeah, I heard about it.
And the health sector is booming, it's good.
Nothing is perfect nowhere, even in America, which is the world power. Nothing is perfect.
Hello, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, I'm hearing
about America. I'm talking about Jamaica. My program does not issues with America. My program is issues about my country, Jamaica, and my other sister countries within the Caribbean, within CARICOM.
Oh, you're not inviting people from the northern hemisphere, only the Caribbean and Jamaica.
Let me ask you this question again. Have you been to a hospital in Jamaica in the last 3 or 2 years? Or a year?
Well, to be honest with you, God has blessed me with good health, and I've never been sick, so I have to go into the hospital. I have to knock on wood for that.
Anybody in Jamaica speak to you about the issues of hospitals and the condition of roads and so forth?
Yes, I have a co-worker who said that she went to visit her mother in Jamaica and took her to the hospital. She have a big problem with diabetes and other problems compounding her health. And she was sitting and waiting outside, and eventually she passed. I don't know if she passed because of no attention or because of her health de-escalate and she passed away as a result of that. But if the health sector is not on par, the government has to do something about it. I'm not here to say JLP&PNP because government preceding and government to come must take interest in the health of the people. And the people must take care of their health because there are certain sickness that are lifestyle disease. People eat and do whatever and they don't check up on their health. This government put out a lot of stuff for people to check up on their health.
What have they put out? What have they put out? What have they put out?
Well, I'm listening on the news where they're bringing awareness. People are to be aware, just their regular everyday life. Know your numbers, know your blood pressure, know your cholesterol level, know your
question, no, darling. It's all good, you know. Every one of us, including myself, have to check up on our health. How many Jamaicans can go to a doctor to check up on their health? And hold on there. I know for a fact that Jamaicans will go to the health center from 5 o'clock in the morning. And all when 5 o'clock come the same day, they don't see no doctor and no nurse yet.
Oh, So there's no nurse and no doctor in the clinics. I grew up in rural Jamaica where this Flaggerville Health Center is
Lord Jesus.
some miles away from where I live. And I take it upon myself to take care of my health and visit the health center at least twice a month. At least.
Ma'am, are we going to talk? Allow me to speak to. I never said to you that there's no doctor or no nurse in the health center. Never said that.
So why are not they being seen?
The level of, the amount of crowd that is there, it's unbelievable.
So that means people are more aware of their health then. People are coming out of the woodwork and are listening to Tufton and taking their health seriously and going out there. So they need to provide more nurses and more health aides and more doctors and more health practitioners.
I'm gonna say this to you again. Let me finish my statement to you, then they can comment or speak, all right? Agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What I am saying to you is this. There is not enough nurses nor enough doctors. The nurses are leaving the health sector to go overseas for greener pastures, just like the doctors. The teachers are doing the same thing.
Right.
Okay?
There's a brain drain.
Right. And a lot of Jamaicans can't afford to go to the doctor. When they do go to the health center, ma'am, it takes a long time. There's a gentleman that I know right now who has a prostate problem. For him to see the doctor done by KPH is next year. His appointment is next year.
Oh.
The nation is in crisis. And Jamaicans who can afford it will come on this program. I'm not saying you. Who come on this program and say there's nothing wrong with Jamaica. You have Jamaicans come on this program.
Let me tell you
Hold
something.
on for me, ma'am. Hold on.
Yes.
Jamaicans and Jamaica come on this program by saying, may I work? Things are going for me. Me have my house, me have this. How many other Jamaicans can afford certain things? You have 2 minutes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
but sir, this has been going on before my era. When I was younger, I am a 60s baby. And I used to see some people when they were 50 and 40. They look older than me. And I say, why are these people looking like that? Because they tie up their head. They're not going to the doctor. They're not going anywhere. And the relative are sick and they hide the sickness. Now I see where Tufton are saying, go out there, get yourself checked up, know what is going on with you. Things are hereditary.
Jeffrey.
When I was growing up, people have Alzheimer's and walking around in my district, and as kids, people used to stone them and stigmatize them.
All right, ma'am.
Now people know that Alzheimer's is real and mental sickness is real.
Okay,
so
ma'am.
people must take care of their health.
Hello. Thanks for calling in, ma'am. Thank you.
You know.
Thanks for your call.
Before you take.
Yeah, because I'm not telling you to say.
Yeah,
we want you to not stigmatize the government. And that's what you want here.
Oh, that's your point. The NHF, the government took up $740 million from the NHF and put it in SSL. NHF is supposed to be catering to when you go to the drug serve, right? There's a problem now in Jamaica. They gave people this JLP card, which is supposed to be used for the elderly who want to get drug. If them go for 5 drug, Jeffrey, at least one of them maybe can't even get 4 of them. The NHF is in a worse position than it was before because NHF is losing money. Well, let us be real. Let us not bury our heads in the proverbial sand. And Andrew Holness and his administration and Chris Tufton, who is the best marketer there is in the world, has been marketing a health sector, which is burdened by, I don't want to say thievery, but it's burdened by corruption because the funds are not being used. Look at it, $27 billion. You know how much hospital that could build? Let's look at an area called Chapelton. Chapelton has a Type 2 facility. Bruce Golding will lie to people saying born at Clarendon, St. Catherine. Wasn't born in St. Catherine. He was born at the Chapelton facility. That hospital should be catering to the people of Northern Clarendon, Northwest, Northern, and North Central. They have to leave from as far as Kellits, as far as Alston.
Hold on there. Hold on, headboy. Good afternoon. Welcome back to our program. You're live. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Jeffrey. How are you?
I'm here looking and living.
I'm listening, and it's so sad to see that, facts is out there. What you're saying is documented, and folks gonna say they don't read, and you lying when you're trying to help people. Some people just not gonna be helped.
And you know something what I don't understand to call her? This lady just called a while ago, pretending as if she didn't know anything about this program. First time she called in the program, which is a lie. And then she said that I don't want to listen to what she's talking about because she's talking facts. I am bringing down the government. Do you know the amount of Jamaicans as we speak right now, caller, who can't afford medication?
Many of them. We've had too many live reports of children dying in the children's hospital. They don't care about that. People dying at hospital not getting care. They don't care about that. The Jubilee Hospital or the public hospital operating rooms are out of service. They don't care about that.
I think.
Come on now. We need reality. Stop voting for your children, yourself, not a party. The party don't matter now. Because you see what's happening in the U.S. now. People weren't thinking, and now we're suffering. Guys need to stand up. There's an example out here to show you that politics doesn't care for the normal man. But when you have someone that come out that want to sacrifice his reputation, his family, his life, like the JLP, come on now. They don't have to do this because they got money.
You see, until the Jamaican people, both in the diaspora, I'm not afraid to say this, because the diaspora, majority of the people who's in the diaspora, they're a bunch of hypocrites. And until we Jamaicans put Jamaica first and not a political party.
Exactly.
This country of ours, we've been talking to a blue in the face. Wilmot Mutty Perkins and Barbara Bluden, Winston Babatunda with her. They have been talking and talking. Charles Hyatt, former ambassador, Andrew, what is his name again, head boy? The former Jamaican ambassador there. Mama, his name, who was on the Breakfast Club with Beverly Manley.
Yeah, sorry, but I don't remember his name.
Yes. They have been speaking about the issues of this country from way back when. Jamaica didn't get to where Jamaica is under Labour Party alone. The two political parties in this country need to haul and pull up. And we, the people of this country, need to stand and say enough is enough.
Exactly.
Stop this PNP and JLP.
We need to start being patriots. That's what we need to do. Start being patriots. Remember, you have your voting right. If you vote someone in and they don't do what you need them to do, you vote them out. You have that right. It's not like you don't have that right. That man got 2 terms, and the only thing he done was enriching himself and carrying himself to court for people not to know where his money came from. Come on now. This is facts. This is not people making up story. You can go and revise it. It is there on record.
Remember, somebody just called the program and said him not read.
That's what I'm saying. It is sad that you're going to say you don't read, and then you don't know this thing is facts. It's brought up. He can't deny it. He can't go on no program, the Prime Minister, and say what Integrity Commission brought up is false. Why he can't do it? He can't.
Yes, ma'am. I have to go now because I have a next call coming in from a radio person.
Okay.
Calling in. Thank you for calling in. Good afternoon, Conrad. Welcome back to the program. We're live.
Hi, Jeffrey.
Yes, we're live. Go ahead.
I've been listening in and out, but I listened to a couple of your callers, including the lady that just hung up.
Yes.
And again, my name is Conrad O'Brien, broadcast journalist, talk show host, Newstalk 93 FM. But sometimes we have to set the record straight, Jeffrey. And I agree with you. I agree with you that, we have seen where something has not gone right under both political party and so on. And it is our duty within the fourth estate and the people in general to hold administration accountable. However, one of the things that we must understand, we must look at record. And when we look at the record, then certainly that can tell for itself. The Maypen Hospital, a brand new hospital, was literally built on the PJ Patterson in Maypen. Yeah. The original hospital has been transformed into the health department to the back. The similar thing was done at Mandeville Hospital, where when that hospital, because my mother used to be there, when that hospital was built, it was referred to as the hotel. That's what it was called, a hotel in Mandeville. And under Dr. Fenton Ferguson, he started the Center of Excellence to deal with things like certain level of cancer treatment, etc., etc. Also, major refurbishing work and so on was done at KPH. What we have seen under this administration is certainly a regression of that. When you look at the Cornwall Regional Hospital, that $20 billion have already spent. And to no avail. And to no avail. People are still on beds. There's nothing happening. As head boy talk about the medication aspect, people, the JLP and the health card that you have, you can't get any medication when you go to the drug serve pharmacy and so on. All of these things are plaguing Jamaica. And anybody who want to bury their head under the sun, I can tell them the truth. What is happening? There was a lady that I know, worked close to me, and she went to KPH Hospital. She was there for a few days, actually carried through the process to do her surgery, and they sent her back out of the hospital. Air condition wasn't working. Those kind of things. I have received calls that pregnant mothers or mothers who have given birth, who on top of the building have to be treading down the stairs because the elevator is not working. Those are the things that are plaguing our people in Jamaica. And let us not forget, Jeffrey, while we will call out the PNP and things, but it is one government at a time.
Yes, I know.
This Andrew Holness-led government and is at the wicket here for 9 years and counting. And they came in on the back of a litany of promises. All right? I saw since morning where somebody surfaced a video when Nigel Clark talk about how much 1,000 houses they would have built and all sort of things. To date, nothing like that and what Nigel Clark did. He jetted off on a plane to the United States to a job that is paying him more than what he was being paid here as the finance minister. And if that is not betrayal of your country, then you will tell me what it is. I am not healing him. I am not healing him. There's no big thing because he have carried the country down the garden path. We have just seen the way the country had gone into recession. Yeah. 2 consecutive quarters. And it's not simple recession. It's not just a small decline. The first quarter, Jamaica declined by 3.5%. And the other quarter, well, it is Q3 and Q4, meaning the third quarter and the fourth quarter of the year. Jamaica declined in the third quarter by 3.5%. In Q4, fourth quarter, by 1.8%. So when you put that together, the Jamaican economy has declined cumulatively over 2 quarters by 5.3%. We heard from the PIOJ that they are predicting that we will rebound in the first quarter of 2025 by 1% or 0.something%. So when you look at even that rebound, we will still be in the deficit by almost 4.5 percentage points. So all in all, Jeffrey, we have to, you see, let me tell you something. When you're in the public space, as I am, and between driving from the university to the West Indies, to where I work, at Newstalk, right? And to Central Jamaica, say to Clarendon, and your phone ring, you get 15 calls or you get 20 calls between leaving broadcast house to Clarendon. And 15 out of the 20, I said to you, say, boy, fireman, OB, Mr. O'Brien, Conrad, whatever they called me, right? Can I get $1,000 to assist to buy something to cook later? We feel the real pinch. So when somebody going come and that will happen. That will happen. And even when they come with this point, Jeffrey, I urge you, talk to them. Don't even dismiss the call. Talk to them, allow them to talk, but bring the facts there to them. Yeah. That is why I do. Once they're not libeling or defaming anybody's character, allow them to speak. And that is why I keep on saying to people, and in the diaspora who are listening, I am on Mondays and Tuesdays from 9 until 12. Straight up, Newstalk 93 FM out of the University of West. Call me. There is a platform there for you to speak, and I will share the facts with you. Because when we talk about, for example, the decline of the economy, Jeffrey, you can just simply direct them to the website. You can go and look at it. When we say to people that listen, the highest debt to GDP ratio that Jamaica has ever had. Hold on there, Mr. Siago, when we have a 262% of debt to GDP, we can also share that the only time in the JLP history that they have lowered the debt to GDP ratio is in this administration, and what they got is something that was set by the People's National Party. So they are going to come and attack Conrad and say Conrad is a PNP host. But it's not so. I am speaking, it is driven by the facts. For example, there's another thing that we're seeing here in Jamaica in terms of corruption and also people being accused of being involved in criminality and theft. It's not new. It is 4 ministers of JLP government that had gone to prison. The latest one being a John Summit. You have Cleve Puss Lewis from St. Elizabeth. You have Arthur Burt, where the missing school was. And that is what caused the dilemma in the education sector in Jamaica when we were supposed to get a certain amount of school. Back then, they were missing schools. All of those things, right? You can talk about success on the other hand. All the major housing development is under the PNP. A community like Longville Park, the entire build out of Portmore. All of those things you can talk about. So people can check the history. More people have been lifted up by their bootstrap under PNP government. We don't even touch the litany, the rafter of legislation that was put in the 70s, where our women are benefit now. Maternity leave with pay. Equal pay for women. No bastard today again, the bastard, the act. All of those things were agenda that were basically put in place under a PNP administration. We talk about sports, the GC Foster College, that is world renowned, that now our athletes don't have to be going overseas in inhumane condition. In terms of their training and so on. They can train right here in Jamaica and develop their craft. We saw it with the great Usain Bolt, who now cannot get back his money.
Conrad,
Jeffrey, don't get me started.
Hold on there, Conrad. I don't mind you started, you know. I want you to speak some more about the health sector in Jamaica, because you know head boy said it best. You know, head boy has to run. How was to run? Head boy said it best. Dr. Tufton is a PR specialist, you know, and he go and talk about, you know, you must go and check it. Yes, it's good. It's all good and done to check it. But how many Jamaicans can afford to do it? Speak about the Conrad O'Brien, then we have to wrap up.
Sorry, repeat what you said at the end there, Jeffrey.
No, I'm saying to you that a lot of people within the Jamaican diaspora will listen to news out of Jamaica, and you hear Dr. Tufton talk about check your numbers and so forth. It's all good and dandy to check your numbers. How many Jamaicans can go to the doctor to check their numbers? And when they go to the health center, they have to wait until tomorrow morning.
That is true. And while I want to recommend and commend that saying that by Dr. Tufton, because in truth and in fact as well, Jeffrey, more and more of our people need to pay attention to some basics, some basics and so on. So I will basically commend that from the Minister of Health, Dr. Christopher Tufton. However, you're right. Not everybody has a blood pressure machine or a machine that they can touch, check their sugar level and all of those sort of things. So people will have to go to the doctor to get those things done. And you're correct. A lot of people, it's not that they don't want to go to the doctor to check out their situation, but they just can't afford to go. So let's say a person developing an overweight situation. That in itself, obesity, that could be leading to, say, causation of high blood pressure and your sugar level and all of those sort of things, So a lot of people not just go and wash it and say, right, boy, I'm putting on a lot of weight or I'm not feeling as hot as I used to. And so I'm going to check my vitals, check my numbers. People are looking more at continue to buy that 2 pound of white rice, that 2 pound of flour, and so on and so forth, and that tin of dirty girl or a couple pound of chicken, but because that's where it's at, right? That's where it's at. Is when the sickness really come home to you now, when you are in the desperate situation and you can't do any better. That's where you're going run to the doctor. Sometimes it's too late. But all of that are causation because of you not being able to access the healthcare. And I know that people will be saying, but you have free healthcare in Jamaica.
What free
healthcare in Jamaica when you have to spend 3-4 days. You go to the clinic or you go to the hospital and you stay there from 7 o'clock in the morning until 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock in the night. And what happened? Also, Jeffrey, I can tell you this. Hospital is indeed a hazardous place for a lot of people. When you tell in Jamaica, when you tell them to go to hospital, people say, me not going to hospital, me not want dead. People believe that when you go into hospital, it's not for care. It's because you are go dead. Because people are saying that the health system is so porous. It's not good. I went to the Lionel Town Hospital a couple of weeks ago, where I took and let me say hi to Bone Man and to his outfit there, of some amount of charity. I was able to get a wheelchair from him for somebody who was in the hospital, and I took it there. And believe me, the man was just complaining. He went into the hospital without certain things, and he was saying to me, say, boy, he's sicker. He's much sicker than when he went in. You go into the hospital, Jeffrey, the stench of the hospital is so high, and I know that they can do better than that. The hospital can be disinfected in a way. I have served as member of hospital board and vice chairman for hospital when Dr. Ferguson was the Minister of Health. And when I walk into the hospital, it never smelled the way that hospital smell now.
My God, the nation is in crisis, Conrad. Gotta run.
And then people talk when Mark Gordon addressed some people, and you say him shouldn't say it. The world know what one.
It's some people.
When we grew up,
yes.
When we grew up, sorry, let me talk to myself. When we grew up as boy and somebody dead at Westmoreland, or even one other section of Manchester, you take weeks to know.
True.
Right now, somebody dead in any part across the world. You go to Obama and click your phone. And click your television set and you hear of it immediately. So this argument where people are saying you are going to try to hide something. You can't hide information if you want, if you don't prepare for even a message that you're sending on WhatsApp to go viral. Once you're in our group settings, don't bother touch that button because there's no guarantee that there won't be a leaker in the group or anything like that. So people can stay there and go and pussyfoot around when they're in their own little cocoons.
A lot of people are suffering. A lot of people are feeling the pinch, the palms of hell. But what happened? You have some people who are living fat off the hog. But that is what's happening in the poorest of country where people are suffering. You have some people who still live big. You want to go down to Haiti and you see luxurious life. Like, whoa, in parts of Haiti, you would never believe that this is the Haiti that we hear people talking about. But that is what it is. I understand that one of the biggest selling countries in Porsche is Haiti.
All right, my friend.
Let's put that in our pipe and smoke it, brother. I continue to listen. God bless you.
God bless you, Conrad O'Brien, Newstalk 93 FM. Thanks. A pleasant good afternoon. Welcome back to our program. You're live. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Chicago.
Yes, sir.
The question I'm asking, Jeffrey, and I wanted to pose this question to Edbo. If poor people cannot get any benefit from National Housing Trust, why are they still contributing to it? That's a taxation of the poor people, and it's very unfair. I myself used to contribute before I left Jamaica, and when I went there, they have no records of my contribution. Although I work for a very established, still is in business company in Jamaica, one of the top companies. So I would like to shed some light on this. Thanks.
Thank you very much for calling in. The only thing that I can say is this, that you're touching a very vital point, and I don't know if Conrad O'Brien can call me back to comment on this, where Jamaicans are still contributing to NHT and they can't get any money to nothing to buy a little walker back. They can't get no money. Yet, how much money went down in SSL? You hear nothing more from it. How much money of NIS went down into SSL? You hear nothing from it. And people gonna call this program and say we're bringing down a government. Yes, Conrad, talk to me about this.
All right. A couple of things, because Jeffrey, it is incumbent on us to set the record straight.
Yes.
There are some people who are not able to qualify for the units that are on the market because they can't pay their salary or their wages is not at the level to pay for the mortgage. However, a built-in segment of the NHT is what you call a grant. So there are people from time to time who earn less and, they make a particular submission and the NHT will help some of them. So for example, say you're getting a unit that would say, for argument's sake, say $8 million, and then the housing trust could probably give you a granted from time for say half of that or so on. There are other people who get a full grant to get a unit, but there's a limited amount of people that will reach to that threshold. The problem that we're having, Jeffrey, is that units are not built at a cost that people can afford, and what we may have to look at. And I think that's where Mark Golden and the PNP headspace is at. You may have to look at basically create halfway units. So you create a particular, you put some things in place and allow people to move themselves from there at an affordable rate. But to answer the question direct to the gentleman, it's not that you are at a lower level and you can't get anything from the housing trust. Because what happened? Let's say you're a contributor to the National Housing Trust. There's a minimum threshold of $7.5 million. Yeah. However, your income may only afford you say $3 million. You can only pay back a mortgage and $3 million, especially if you're an older person. And that is why we're encouraging young people to try and make good as early as possible, because the younger you are and you attain a mortgage, whether it is from the housing trust or anywhere, the cheaper it is for you. Not the cheaper in the long run, because you pay the full cost, or you pay even pay more, because you have a longer period to pay for the mortgage. However, what it does, it give you that afford. So for example, let's say someone would have gotten a mortgage, say 8 years ago, and the person receives, say, a mortgage that say a student unit or so for, say, $4.5 million, and that person attained that mortgage during his 40s and so on. The amount of money that you would pay back on that may be about, say, $37,000 or so per month. While somebody in their 20s get that mortgage, they're probably paying like about $12,000 or so per month, or less than that, or 10. So it all depends on at the particular time that you get the mortgage. So the truth is that even though there's a 7.5 million threshold, let's say you see a piece of land. Somebody have a piece of land and say, all right, I'll be able to give you this bit of land for $2 million. You could go into the housing trust and say, all right, based on my income, then I will take the $2 million to buy this piece of land. What happened in that case now? You get that land, but you would still have that additional 2 million, I said, that additional $5.5 million that you could attain or get at a later date if your income status changes and so on. But it is indeed a difficulty, Jeffrey. People are just not at the level that they can acquire a mortgage. So it comes back down, Jeffrey. We are in what is called a low growth and a low paying economy. People are earning $13,500 or $15,000 per week, and that can't turn duck off a nest. That is just a hard, cold facts. You understand?
Yes, man.
So that's where it's at. That's where it's at. It comes down to the income, the earning that people can, And somebody was saying, I think it was Head Boy. You see, my friend Jeffrey, we're in a tailspin in the world because, or certainly, let's start with Jamaica. You look on TikTok or on social media, and you see some of the dirtiest video that is being purloined all over the place. A lot of things that you're seeing out there, people are literally telling a lie on themselves,
Oh yes, just to get the
in order to get likes and so on, because this is basically the new earner. Because people are saying, why should I go there, go tile for one whole week and get $15,000? Let me try a thing. So if it means that I as a woman going to be doing the most dastardly things, then I'm prepared to do it. Head Boy also talk about the escort services. All of those things that are happening, and we must pay attention to these things. We're not bad mouthing Jamaica or taking any certain Prime Minister Andrew Holness. We're just pointing out to say that these are the hard, cold facts. So don't come and sugarcoat and go on like everything is hunky-dory. How do we build out the sector, Jeffrey? For example, the agriculture sector, that it is said that 35% of the agri-parks are under control. How do we get that up to, say, 80% under production, so we can feed ourselves, so we don't have to bring in overseas goods and we can basically export? In all of that, you will create better paying job, because you can look at also value added, such as processing. You get processing going, even if it's factory jobs you are going to create in. At the factory job, you may have people who are going to earn $30,000, $35,000, $40,000 per week.
Conrad, I like
because those are better paying jobs.
I like how you touch on the factories. In your opinion, do you believe that if the government of Jamaica or the PNP should gain state power, you think they should approach the Chinese to build some factories in Jamaica?
Yes, man. The Chinese are not just the Chinese anywhere. That's what you call foreign direct investment. And remember that the last time the highest level of foreign direct investment that we have had was under PJ administration rather, when we saw a litany of hotel foreign in the Spanish invasion in the hotel sector and so on, where you have a record level of foreign direct investment. Since that, contrary to what people would want you to say, we have seen a downward trajectory in the way of foreign direct investment. And as I said elsewhere, even with this thing, the government predict a particular amount of money to come in by way of foreign direct investment. But when you look at, for example, the Usain Bolt matter that is gaining some international traction and so on, those are things that could basically make people think twice. And yesterday on my program, a gentleman that goes by the name Pensioner, he lives in Canada. As a matter of fact, he's a teacher. He's a Jamaican, he migrated and he's now a teacher in Canada. And he said he has this friend that lives in New York. She's pursuing a PhD now. She's one of those who live in Jamaica. And she said she took this Uber taxi, and the driver is a Asian, you know. When I say Asian, I don't mean somebody from Haiti, one of those Asian countries from, you know.
Yes.
And
Asian,
Asian, exactly, right? And she started talking. So apparently the gentleman now recognized her accent. So he said to her, "Where are you from?" And she said, I am from Jamaica." The man said to her, "Listen, you mean that country that the thief you see in gold money, the greatest track rate?" And when he said that to me, I said, "Are you telling me the truth?" And he said, "Yes." And you know what? I had to say on radio, say, "Listen, the reason why I believe Pensioner is a devoted, subscribe Christian, a man who no really ever talk things frivolously or anything
it's
like that."
True,
So
Conrad, hold on for me, Conrad. It's true. A lot of people have been calling me privately and publicly and saying it.
Well, there you go. So that's what the gentleman said to me. And so this thing is basically snowballing. It's getting a lot of traction overseas, and it's not good for us at all.
No.
And remember now that Usain Bolt kept quiet for some time, you know.
Yep. Yeah.
He kept quiet for some time.
Conrad, I want to tell you thanks for coming. I'm going to end the program now. Thank you for coming on.
Blessings, my friend. God bless you. Cool. Take it easy. Cool.
Yes. Remember to join Conrad O'Brien and Newstalk 93 FM on Monday, Tuesday to listen to him speak about talking the truth to power and what is going on in the land of wood and water. We're going to say thank you all for coming on the program. Thanks for your calls. Thanks for your subscription. Thanks for hitting the super chat. Thanks to Head Boy for coming on, my co-host. Remember to join Reason Ratigan this evening at, is it 8 o'clock or 8:30? Yes, come Reason Ratigan this evening. Today is Wednesday, yes. Come Reason with Ratigan this evening at 8:30. He'll be live on his program. Join him over there. Remember to like, share, and subscribe to the Make Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. Thanks for hitting the super chat. Thank you all very much for coming on the program. Until you hear my voice again, may God bless you. May God continue to bless our beautiful island, Jamaica land we love. Have a great afternoon, everyone. See you soon. Thank you all for coming on. Remember, like, share, and subscribe. Hit the super chat when you can. And if you decide to Zelle anything, you can Zelle it to 954-529-8030. That's 954-529-8030. You can Zelle it to that number to keep this program going. And you don't have to give anything if you don't want to. We're just asking if you want to, you can. 954-529-8030. That's the numbers to Zelle here. That's the number to Zelle. Let me do something here. One moment, please. There's this Zelle and the Cash App running across the screen there. There's a Zelle and the Cash App running across the screen there. So if you decide that you want to give something to keep this program going, I'm not coming in here to beg anybody anything. I'm just saying if you want to keep this program going, you can Zelle something to our Zelle and also to our Cash App. Cash App is $Make We Talk 345. Cash App is $Make We Talk 345. And the Zelle is 954-529-8030. That's our Zelle. Thank you all for coming on. Thank you all for being a part of the program. Remember, always give a helping hand to somebody in need. God bless you. And continue to fight for this island home of ours, Jamaica land we love. Good afternoon, everyone.
Tavares represent yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affect the life of our nation, uncover the truth, make we reason, make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va, no upper echelon, nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica, make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength, make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represent yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affect the life of our nation, uncover the truth, make we reason, make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va, no upper echelon, nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica, make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength, make we reason, make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represent yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affect the life of our nation, uncover the truth, make we reason, make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va, no upper echelon, nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica, make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength, make we reason, make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represent yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affect the life of our nation, uncover the truth, make we reason, make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va, no upper echelon, nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica, make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength, make we reason, make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represent yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affect the life of our nation, uncover the truth, make we reason, make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va, no upper echelon, nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica, make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength, make we reason, make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represent yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affect the life of our nation, uncover the truth, make we reason, make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va, no upper echelon, nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica, make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and brother the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth, make we reason, make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va, no upper echelon, nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica, make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength.